thank you.
Yeah. We won't chew right into the microphone. We got snow.
I saved it in a out of that.
Okay, we definitely need new glasses.
Sonia's going to attach it and we are good to go.
Yeah, no, not really. I don't even have a pen, but that's okay. Somebody will find me a pen in the course of the carryings on.
That is a good point. I don't have a pen either. Sure, it's here somewhere.
Well, good morning, Nelson, and welcome to snowy Friday, the December the 9th. Really feeling the Christmas spirit with this snow. It always makes downtown look so delightful, and with our lovely lights on our trees, I hope people are getting the opportunity to go out and enjoy that festive feeling in the downtown. So I'd like to call the special council meeting looking at budgetary items again today to order. We would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Syilx, and the Sinix people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers, and we respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. Are there any late items, councillors? Okay, and so then if I could have an adoption of the agenda as presented. That's been moved by Woodward, seconded by Page. All in favor? And that's carried. We have no previous minutes to adopt, no requests, no delegations today except for staff who will be coming in and out during the day to do presentations later on. And the next item then is bylaws. And the first one is the council procedural bylaw. And before we do that, I just want to say that unfortunately, Councillor Lockenberg, for those that are watching and wondering where people are, isn't able to join us, at least not for this business portion this morning. And Councillor Pinero is, and maybe some of you don't like snow and will be jealous, is in Mexico. He is the coach of the BC boxing team, and there is an event there. And I did have some communication with him that he safely got out of town yesterday, so is on his way today to Mexico, and he said, and to get warm. So there we go. So there we have it. So in terms of the procedural amendment, staff are introducing proposed amendments to the council procedural bylaw to allow for some minor changes to council's meeting procedures. Council procedural amendment bylaw number 3561 2022 is now presented to council for adoption. So we had some discussion on this at previous meetings, and this was one of the issues that I was keen to get on the table and to see changed for hopefully improved communication with the residents of Nelson. So there's a recommendation there. Would somebody like to move the recommendation?
I'll move.
Okay, moved by Payne. I caught you first, so if you could read the recommendation, please.
Oops, sorry, I didn't get that far yet. Sorry, Janice, I shouldn't have jumped.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor. It's at the bottom of the,
Yeah, I'll read it for you.
thank you.
That the council passes the following resolutions: that the Corporation of the City of Nelson Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw number 3561 2022 be finally adopted. Is there a seconder? Page, Councillor Page seconds that. Any discussion, councillors? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item number 9, council calendar. You can see before you there the both the council and committee of the whole meeting schedule for 2023, as well as the acting mayor schedule being presented to council for approval. So if someone would like to move the recommendation that's attached. Councillor Tate. And if you have it there, if you could read it.
That council adopt the 2023 schedule for regular council meetings and committee of the whole meetings as presented. And further, that the 2023 acting mayor schedule be adopted as presented. And finally, that the city's annual reception be held on December 12th, 2023.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Page, is there any discussion? Any concerns? We tried to make sure that, in our discussions, and we sent out the calendar early for people to take a look at, keeping in mind that we know that there are occasions when we can't all be present for other obligations that we have, but I think that we settled on something quite good for everybody. And the acting mayor's schedule, after some discussion, we went with the acting mayors will be the incumbents for the first 6 months. And then as the new councillors get more familiar with the process, then there will be opportunities later in the year for them to be in the role of acting mayor. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the recommendation? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And somehow we missed this. I missed this. I skipped it at the last meeting when we were doing our appointments. So council representatives for the Nelson District Recreation Commission are historically appointed during the inaugural meeting for council following the appointment of the municipal director and alternate directors. This year, the decision was made to split this process and move the Rec Commission appointments to a subsequent meeting of council. There's a staff recommendation there. Would someone like to move that?
Just a moment. I am certain that we ratified this at the board yesterday. A discussion was brought up about you two.
Yeah, and it's funny because I got that notification as well, but in review of not only the minutes, but of the video of the last meeting where we did do all of the approvals, although I was certain that I read out that Councillor Tate and myself were the Recreation Commission members, it seems that the video doesn't reflect that statement being made in the long list. And so we're just doubling down here. It could be there and somehow we all missed it looking at it. But we just want to make sure that it's done and definitely in our minutes for the historical record. So it is before us again. So Councillor Page, you were going to move that?
Yeah, the council appoints Mayor Morrison and Councillor Tate to represent Nelson City Council on the Nelson District Recreation Commission.
And is there a seconder? Councillor Payne. All those, I don't imagine that there's any discussion because we've had lots of discussion about this previously, unless somebody else wants to jump on. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed and carried. Okay. And then moving on to item C, the budget session. So I think at this point, I get to call CFO Jury to the,
I think, or were we gonna start with some strategic priorities, perhaps? CEO Cormac was on this.
Thank you. This one comes on. New one. It's not attached. Thank you. Or do we? I don't have that one either. We don't have this one.
you've just been, it's not in the package that you had to upload this morning. So you've just now, I believe, been handed it.
Just the first page is different. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't,
Yeah, I took that page off.
okay, so the next page will be this. Okay.
We have 2019 to 2022 strategic priorities.
Yeah. It's okay, we can review 2015 to 2018 too. Those are very good years.
I
Yeah.
got that. Been there, done that.
So we could probably move that slide along. Okay,
Who has the control of the slides?
Yeah, it's probably better.
so,
Sorry, thank you.
so instead, we are going to invite the city manager, Evan Cormack, to the hot seat. We've got two red chairs there in case, I don't know how good the video streaming is, but we put red chairs down there to reflect that they're on the hot one. So we're gonna start this morning
Okay.
with a review of last 4-year strategic plan and
Mr. Cormack? Can you please press, we've changed the table, so you need to lock it. Yeah, perfect, thanks.
All right, good morning, council. Yeah, so what we're gonna do this morning is just go over what the 2019 to 2022 strategic priorities of council were, and really, mostly to give you a bit of update where we are with a number of these items. I think you've heard from the departments that have presented already. They've, most of these priorities are embedded in individual departments. So just a reminder, the vision for the city of Nelson is that Nelson is a prosperous and resilient community with robust ecosystems and safe, welcoming neighborhoods where diversity, history, and culture are celebrated. So that's the overarching, vision where we're trying to go as a community. So actually, these were first established in, as Morrison said, in 2015. These four broad strategic goals. That was the enhancement of the sustainability of city services and infrastructure, strengthening neighborhoods, expanding local jobs, local prosperity, and achieving excellence in city governance. So those are our overarching goals, and then within those, a number of strategic objectives were set in each of those four major areas. And I'll go through these as in each of these sections. So there were 5 in the sustainability of city services and infrastructure, 2 in the strengthening neighborhoods, 5 again in expanding local jobs, local prosperity, and 5 in excellence in city governance. So the first strategy to achieve the sustainability of city services and infrastructure was to develop a safe and adequate water supply. So the work we've been doing on that, there was a major, we extended all our water systems into the common reservoir so we could have common treatment. So we received a large grant, built a pump station to bring Anderson Creek up, which was lower than our reservoir, and to bring Celis in. So all 3 of those water sources, 5 Mile, Celis, and Anderson, all come to Mountain Station and that's where treatment is done there, both with chlorine and with UV. So that project is pretty well completed. And again, I think that would be a good, when we get a chance to go look at some of our facilities, that would be a good one to look at. Water loss mitigation study, you heard from Rory, the work we've been doing on tightening our system, looking, first of all, we really worked on our own water mains. When we started this work, we were bleeding water pretty badly all across our system, and over the last probably 15 years, we've really worked hard to tighten up that system. We've got rid of all the old galvanized, but we still have, a number of water mains that are in the 30s and 40s and are susceptible to break. Fortunately, most of that material was actually really good material and has lasted almost 100 years now. Secondary source, we This has been on the table for a while. Initially, it was really more about risk than additional water source. As you know, 5 Mile is up the mountain and is in steep terrain and susceptible to landslides. The watershed is susceptible to wildfire. So we were really looking at a secondary source that could provide as much water as 5 Mile. We did look at the lake. If we went for a lake source, that would require us to go right away to filtration, which is very expensive. So we'd have to build a filtration plant and have employees run that filtration plant. So what council had decided on was looking at another creek source. Clearwater is the creek of that we would like. It has some. It does run into the Samo River, which has there's some blue species. The bull trout, I think, are in that river system, so we have to work on that. Emergency source. So we did develop what we call the emergency source. So we did put an intake into the lake down by the Public Works Department, and what we would do in the event we had lost our water supply, we would be able to get a package treatment plant and install it there and be able to feed the lower zone. We can't feed the upper zones, but we could feed the lower zone. So that's been established. We are looking at, as part of our wildfire work, we are looking at whether we could sprinkler roofs in our interface. So we're doing that study. We just need to know if we have enough water to be able to do that. We need to be sure we have enough water for both domestic and structural firefighting purposes. So we need to, when we have a major fire, it takes a ton of water. And as you know, Mountain Station Reservoir is not a large reservoir. It's about 2 days supply, I believe. And a large fire can draw that down fairly quickly. We do have other smaller reservoirs. They're tanks. There's one up by Anderson Creek there, and one up in Rosemont. So those are for fire flow. That's to get adequate fire flow. Water-cooled compressors, as you heard, we need to address that. And then, again, Colin Innes, I think, talked about the review we're doing up at Mountain Station because it's been deemed a dam, and we need to do that work on there. So that's all the work we're doing in terms of ensuring we have a safe and adequate water supply. And as you saw there, it's more than just domestic water, it's multi-purpose. The next strategy under City Services and Infrastructure was to create an energy efficient community. Nelson Next has a number of goals in that regard, and you heard Carmen and her team speak to that. Those included expanding the energy retrofit program. We have a large grant application before the FCM under their Community Energy Efficiency Program, I believe it's called. That's taken a fair while to navigate in British Columbia because we have the MFA. We don't have, that's the only party we can do long-term borrowing through. This program provides loans to residents to do these energy retrofits, and we had to find a third-party bank and figure out how we made that work in terms of our borrowing. Long-term borrowing has to be done through the MFA. And then with the launch of the federal program with zero interest loans, that also is complicated. Where do we fit in this sphere? So they've been working on that, and that's been done in conjunction with the regional district. That's regional. So it'll be a regional energy efficiency program. You've heard a lot about the e-bike program, the organics waste, the step code, carbon, low carbon, or embodied carbon, and you've heard Cecilia and Carmen speak to the low carbon mobility plan. And you've heard Alex speak to the battery storage project. In terms of emergency management, this previous council, this was high on their priority list. Prior to this, we were doing our emergency management through the regional district. And when we had Chief McCharles here, he had a strong background in emergency management. He was the executive director in Calgary for their emergency management plan, and we had asked them to review this and whether we were, whether our plan in partnership with the regional district was robust enough to protect our community or respond to our community and prepare our community more so. And it was determined that, with the regional district really being spread so thin and focus more on those rural responses, that it made sense for us to really bring this in-house. We have hospitals, we have schools, we have colleges, we have many assets and many complications that the rural area doesn't have. So we developed our own emergency management plan. That's in implementation. We opened the EOC in 2019. We hired an emergency management coordinator, and we're working through implementing the plan. Our aging infrastructure, again, you've heard from a number of departments on this. We are on the second update to the water master plan. When the consultants reviewed the work that was done, they were impressed. Most communities get these plans developed and they kind of sit on the shelf. They make very little progress, but we've made substantive progress, as you saw in the presentation from Colin Innes. And wastewater master plan, again, you've heard we're updating this for the second time as well, and that should be finalized and to you in early 2023. One of the major items, as you heard, was the wastewater treatment plant needs to be upgraded, significantly upgraded. You've heard from Nelson Hydro about the asset management plan and the system upgrades they've been doing. You're aware that the Civic Center, we have a deep energy retrofit program there, and in conjunction with the Civic Theater renewal project. And roads and sidewalks, you'll hear more about that coming up. Okay, our second major area of focus was our strengthening our neighborhoods. So there was really two goals in that area, strategies. The first one is encouraging a suitable mix of new housing in all our neighborhoods. And you heard from Sebastian that the official community plan needs an update, and that's on the work plan for 2023. Yes.
Yes.
With the OCP, it's a major project,
Yes.
and I'm wondering about how, and then of course we just have a busy planning department. So I'm wondering, like, how do we have the staffing levels to continue with regular operations and OCP update? Do we need another hire, or do we have enough staff capability? Are we going to be pushing staff too hard to do these? Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I think some of the major developments have moved from planning into building, so that's really the pressures on your building inspectors as opposed to your planning staff. They have, we've created the capability to, as you've seen over the last 4 years, of bringing a number of bylaw or policy updates or planning updates throughout the year. So, Sebastian's comfortable at this stage that we can do this in-house. I think if we ended up with another large planning project, that might impact that. They're not anticipating that this year. So then, you know, we'll have two choices. Do you, you know, does the OCP kind of get delayed a bit while you deal with this? You know, there's, you know, it has some flexibility that it's not like something must be done by a certain time. So I think that's how he's planned on managing it is you know, he's feeling that they do have staff, and if they didn't, then either we might be able to hire some support. Certainly you can hire consultants in support. I think he's, you know, he thinks, you know, he'd like to do it in-house. Our OCP was updated a number of times over, you know, since it was adopted. So when we did the, you know, the Railtown snap, for example, that was incorporated into the OCP. So there's a number of current planning things that were incorporated in the OCP. So it's not a full rewrite. It's really, you know, my sense is it's really going back to community and saying, you know, here's all the planning we've done over the, you know, the last, you know, 5-6 years with public input. You know, here's the development that's been happening in our community. You know, does this, you know, do our policies reflect where our community's going, where the community feels we should be going?
Supplemental?
Sure.
So I would just only say that, and I know everyone's a total professional here, and I would just, they know what's happening, what's coming. I just would say, like, if we continue with the building boom that we have been having, or if that increases, that kind of pressure could have some impacts on planning, and that, yeah, just to be, I guess, conscious of that we could be continuing in a building boom for quite some time.
Yeah. Now there's
The pressures are there.
There's certainly, you know, as I note in here, you know, the Nelson Health Campus, the Central Waterfront development, that's the Kulos development, the Vernon Street assisted living, those are all large projects. They're primarily, as I said, on the building inspectors now, but we do have, you know, the Maglio lands, we do have the golf course lands, although the zoning and all that has already been done for both those areas. East Waterfront, again, the zoning and that work was done for those projects. But that doesn't mean, you know, a developer might come back with something different, which means the planning staff, and then even if it fits our zoning, there's a fair amount of work by the planning staff to make sure it fits the zoning and the regulations and that we have in place. So good point, and
if
I
I-
will have some more conversations with them.
Thank you. If
If I might, I think, Councillor Woodward, I also heard Natalie, the planner, mention when she discussed with us the other day the OCP and what it might look like. I did hear mention of the fact that at the necessary times that there is the potential that they would bring in somebody external to help with some of that process. So I think that we need to rest assured that, yeah, that the planning department has looked at this and that there is the potential, and where necessary, they'll bring in someone to help with parts of it where it's necessary.
Thank you.
I think particular with the public consultation process,
Yes.
they're looking to bring support in to, you know, do that planning, you know, plan for those, do that consultation. So.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, the second focus area in our neighborhoods was develop complete, well-connected neighborhoods. And that's all that work we do, whether that's, you know, developing, you know, these bike lane or bikeways, you know, access, you know, the item that was brought up by the Perrier neighborhood, those are all those pieces that we're trying to do to make sure our neighborhoods are well connected, that we can travel around our neighborhoods. You know, we have parks, we have amenities in each of our neighborhoods, we have a mix of housing, etc. So the downtown parking strategy, you know, how we manage our very busy downtown. Victoria Street renewal, you heard Sebastian talk about that. You know, we have been approved for a new transit exchange in Victoria Street. We do know that Interior Health is moving out of the pink building, and we really need to look at those, those pieces that are in play and look at how do we renew Victoria Street? Should we look at that, the entire Victoria Street and start to plan towards what this looks like? So when we put these building blocks in place, that we, they're part of a longer term renewal of that, of Victoria Street. Selkirk College 10th Street campus lands, there's some planning work that's been done there in terms of what's the core campus and what's surplus lands and what do those surplus lands look like. Active transportation, as I spoke about, as you heard from Sebastian, there's a number of grants that we have in play to make those improvements. Rosemount Park, again, a number of improvements have been done up there, and that's in partnership with our great service clubs.
Question?
Can I just jump in
Yes.
for 1 second? I just want to clarify, when you say phase 2 of the bikeways, that's the Rosemont section?
Correct.
Because I think initially phase 2 was going to be downtown and now it's changed
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Okay, I just want clarity on that. And then if I can just jump back to the last one, I'm just interested in the brownfield development. Where, are there brownfields that are going to be
Well,
available to
The
the city?
brownfield developments are, well, actually, there's 3 brownfield developments. There's the East Waterfront, is a former KFP site. The Kulos development
Oh, I
is
didn't
on a
realize that was
brownfield site.
Okay.
And the Magnolia
Yes.
lands are all brownfield sites, so all those were former industrial lands.
Okay, so none of the smaller packages around town are available yet? They're just sitting
I saw,
vacant?
who did I see finally doing some work on, which gas station was it? That was, yeah, just the,
Well, they've definitely done a bunch of like
yeah. We're digging up.
geological remediation or flow management, right? I think that's
You're
what,
referring to the one by the Safeway store?
Yeah,
Over by
the one
Husky? but that was like a while ago.
because there's one sort of down closer to the bridge, there's one by Safeway, there's
Yeah.
one up on Hall Mines, and the one, are there just 4 altogether?
Oh, there's,
No, the.
there's
NDN.
downtown where the
Yeah.
newspaper used to be.
Yeah,
So yeah, those ones have been, really are at the discretion of the owners, which
Right.
are those.
okay, I just wondered if there
gas
was anything
stations?
coming from the owners around that, but not yet. These are the other ones that are in play already.
Yeah, these, just the larger ones, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, again, the third area, expand local jobs, local prosperity. The first strategy was really to create inspiring public realm through public art, natural and design space, enhance quality of life, and encourage private sector investment. So really this speaks to, the city doing our part of economic development, which is really creating the environment that is attractive for businesses, attractive for employees, attractive for people to be in our community. So those are all the public amenity work that we do. So the Hall Street Pier and Lady Bird project, that was the Stores to Shores vision, and it was really how do we connect our 2 most important amenities, our lakefront and our downtown. Hall Street's the only direct connection between those 2 areas, and we've now renewed with this pier project. We'll have renewed that, that whole Hall Street from the waterfront to the downtown. So that one, as you know, is still under construction. We're going to have to, the budget's been challenging, so they've done a redesign of the canopy structure, and we're waiting for pricing on that. So they're completing the rest of it. It was meant to be an upgrade, and basically we removed the old pier and built a brand new pier there, which should last another 100 years. So
Yes, Councilor Woodward.
I just wanted to also mention too that it's, so much work for the Hall Street was done underground for all the, relieving of, what do you call it? Overburden of, flooding.
Water.
So that was a major piece to Hall Street.
yeah, and Hall Street was really funded under either grants, or utilities, but we did get grants that paid for a lot of that underground utility. We used to flood out the, you know, the Holland, maybe Ward Street, no, not Ward Street there. Anyway, the highway here, every year we had flooding. Every year we had big storm events, we would flood out that area, it's the low area, so we did substantial upgrade of the storm there, and, it's been working, we haven't had any events there. Poor little vacuum cleaner guy there, we used to flood him out every single couple of years.
Be a great marketing opportunity for TikTok now. Be like, look at our shop vacs, they just keep going and going.
A wet dry back.
Yeah.
Yes, and Councillor Page has a question.
I was kind of wondering, as we look at the costing inside of the pier project, how we build in asset reserve capacity over the long term for renewal. Like, how do we take a project like that, understanding the huge cost implication it has taken to put it together, and long term figure out a way, because I heard 100 years, but I think realistically we'll be, having to replace planks on that thing in another 40 or 50 years or something at least. So how do we start to build in contingency there that will take care of that project for the council in 60, 70, 80 years, so they're not then faced with that, because conceivably we will want to replace the pier once more.
At least replank it, right?
Well, I'll definitely replank it.
Yeah,
but
yeah, for, with the steel pilings, that should have a long-term life, and it's really that maintenance of it. We haven't really, as you know, we've tried to build reserves. We built them for our utilities. We're starting to build them for our buildings. Our amenities, we really haven't. No amenities, as you recall. The replacement of the downtown lighting, street lighting, that's $500,000 of lighting, and there was no reserves for that. So that is, that's a, I think that's an area. I'll ask Chris to note. We are fortunate with the water license reserve. That really has been, where we've been able to fund all those sort of maintenance, upkeep, whether it's in our parks, whether it's our streetlights, all those things have been traditionally funded through that. It clearly can fund major projects like renewal of a pier and those type of things, but
So, if I may, through the chair, is that something we could, as we go into the budget season, especially by example of the pier, look at what kind of small component we could be taking out of taxation now to start to build a new reserve for a large amenity like that, and start to take that lens on, because we've just spent this money. If we could take a few $1,000s a year and put it off somewhere and say, you know what, this is what we're going to need in 40 or 50 years to take care of that again, and then just start flipping that now and start thinking about that right now when we're building it, so this is not a situation that's existing in another 40 or 50 years.
I would suggest the first stage is we probably really need to do identify those assets and what the potential replacement cost, what we did for our facilities, right? When we, when they did those assessments and they said, here's how these various facilities scored in terms of what maintenance and renewal they need. I think we should do that exercise with our amenities.
Okay.
We really haven't done that, and that's everything from a parking lot.
Yep.
How do we pave that parking lot in 20, 30 years?
Arcade.
Right? How do we upgrade a parkade? All those things. So I think that's a really good point. Chris has noted that.
Yeah, and it's always a trade-off, right? It's like, okay, we should put another 100,000 into our reserves for capital replacement, things like that. But we talked about 100,000, that's a 1% tax increase. So there's, where can we find other more creative ways to fund those reserves? And this afternoon, when we kind of get that starting point presentation going, there's a couple thoughts, we had extra return on our investment from Nelson Hydro. There's some thoughts around parking and how can we use that to help fund something. So something other than taxation, because that's the tough one. $100,000 is nice to put into reserves, but in a year where you're trying to keep that tax increase as low as possible, that's, like I say, that's 1% right there, so.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'd anticipate it to be that high,
Yeah.
but I don't know,
But there's
we need the
tier.
number exercise to happen to
Yeah.
know how much it would need to
Yeah.
be to get there.
Yeah, and as you're aware, Councillor, our, the focus over the last 4 years and maybe a bit longer was really, we didn't have any reserves for our facilities. And we have $100 million plus worth of facilities, and so that has been the focus over the last, 4 years, is how do we start to build that to, at least start to, get to a place where, we can at least address the maintenance and the roofs and the HVAC systems and those sorts of things. I don't know if we own a building that's newer than about 40 years. The Public Works was the last building that we built, so we have a, pardon?
The housing at Selkirk College, do you not own that?
Well, we do indirectly. We're actually talking with the college about how we may not own that in the future, so. But again, that was an old building.
That was an old
just
building, was
renewed,
renovated.
right? Those were, the original dorms back in the day, right? So, got a big grant, so. So we've been trying to, pick off some of these. We started with our utilities, and as you've seen, those are sustainable now. Then we went to facilities, and, I think, next is really looking at those amenities, and as Chris said, how do we try to fund those without taxation? We renewed all of Hall Street without taxation at all. We used changed hands so many times. Started as BC Gas, then Terracin, and Fortis. So the Fortis, at least in lease out, we did really well on that project. We used about $1.5 million to fund that first phase, and then we got grants for the second phase, and we got mostly grants for the third phase, but council has had to fund a larger chunk than they had planned. So good point, and I think we really need to look at that inventory first, the condition assessment, and sort of at least know where we're starting, which is clearly behind, but again, we're fortunate with the water license reserve. We didn't have that. We'd be like every other community that just had no money to, they're just waiting, hoping to get grants. They have no capacity to do that. And, as Chris said, our parking meter revenues, like we generally generate, 1.2 million, which no community anywhere on a per capita basis has, generates those revenues, or at least even mid-sized communities. So we're super fortunate here, because trying to fund all those things out of taxation would be next to impossible.
Yeah, I would agree with the city manager in terms of the fact that what we need to do first off is to have the inventory of amenities, including looking at trying to figure out if somewhere we can cost evaluate what our natural assets are, because there is that move towards trying to look at what the value of those are to the city. But I think that at the current time, I think that would be the biggest ask that we could ask to put on the plate of staff. In terms of the financial burden, we talked about even with looking at replacement value for utilities and how much we should have in reserves, that we've kept that quite close to the bone for this year as well, in terms of not putting a lot into reserves, given the fact that we know that 2023 and probably 2024 are going to be recessionary years economically. So I think that if we know what we have, it makes it easier to then consider how we might fund replacement in the future. But when we're not putting sort of extra into our key utilities, I think that we have to be careful about starting a quote-unquote bank account for amenities that we don't really have a firm grasp on yet. And like I say, and including that, the natural asset component of that. Councillor Payne has a question.
This might be something that will come up later, but I'm just interested with the Victoria Street enhancements. Has that been discussed as far as funding goes yet, or is that something that will come up when we move forward?
It's, at this stage, it's really about doing some planning work to
Okay.
understand what,
Yeah.
you know, as we did for Paul Street, what would this street look like as we renew? I'm not sure what the condition of utilities are under that street, and we tend to, you know, we tend to match them. You know, when we're digging up the street, if we have to dig up the whole street to replace a water main, then that's the time to, you know, look at, you know, how do sidewalks work? How do, you know, do we have, you know, bump outs? Do we have more street trees? What's our lighting look like? That would be, you know, just trying to create that, you know, that whole Victoria corridor, you know, to be an attractive place where we, you know, would attract that public, and, you know, we have some great restaurants down there. We know that, like I said, the Pink Building's going to lose a major tenant, and, you know, how do we make sure that we enhance, you know, that area? You know, there were some concerns of the businesses with the, you know, with the transit exchange there, and really, I think our call to action is, you know, how do we make this a real positive thing for that whole Victoria Street, for our downtown? How do we, you know, really make it an inviting place for our visitors and residents to, you know, to go, right?
It's an exciting opportunity, and I think it sounds like it's really early days yet
Yeah.
then. And pockets of funding may come from different departments who will all contribute, so it's not one big number that we have to find somewhere. Okay, thank you.
On the question of trees, the answer is yes. Just put that down in policy.
Okay. Any other questions at this point? Seeing none. Back to you.
All right, our next strategy under this goal was to leverage community assets to drive investment and job creation. So what are these things that we do that can be catalysts to for the private sector and invest? Nelson Fiber, I think council is aware that we have our own fiber. We take advantage of the fact that we own our own electric utility, and you know, we provide what's called dark fiber, so we're not a service provider on that. Others do that. We put in that basic infrastructure. We are working on a partnership with CBBC to expand fiber towards the Salmo area. They're running fiber out that way.
CBBC?
That's Columbia Broadband Corporation. So that's the Columbia Basin Trust.
I think
so
we should
that-
all have one of those. Sorry, Kevin. I think we all need a little flag just to put up. And then actually I can see the hands better, because of course we're reading a document here, and I'm sure you guys think, what am I doing over there? But I'm doing the same thing that you're doing. I'm reading the document. So my head's down to read the document, and I'm missing you, so my apologies. But
Oh, that
we
could be
all
on
need
the-
the little flag, I think.
Or we could get one of those foamy,
Yeah, a little foamy hand.
the whole finger thing.
Giving me the finger all the time. Yeah, great.
Bell.
Different flags.
Do you want to expand on the Samo? Let's
I
move.
think IT's going to present.
They will
later.
wait for IT?
They're probably the,
No, cover that.
yeah, they can give you the details of that.
Salmo, did I miss?
The expansion piece,
Oh, okay, thank you.
but we'll hear more, so.
Yes. As you're aware, council waived patio fees in 2021 and 2022, so we'll have to have some discussion what we're going to do in 2023. Council supported a new climbing center at the 10th Street campus, so we're working with that group. Nelson Youth Soccer came and proposed an indoor facility, and again, we've been working with that group. Yes.
Councillor Page.
Through the chair, I would just flag for the members of rec commission from earlier, we will be seeing Nelson Soccer has put forward a request for some support on planning funds for a feasibility study
Okay.
at Rec 5.
Okay, Councillor Payne.
I'm just interested how these different items fit under the different categories. So to me, recreation is strengthening neighborhoods, but it's under the expanding jobs and local prosperity. So what's the criteria for which you place those? Does it, not that it, I'm not saying that it matters, I'm just
I mean,
trying to
it-
get it straight in my head, so going
A
forward,
lot of
I'll
these
be
things,
able
because
to.
they're development projects, like, we don't manage these projects afterwards, so.
Right.
Climbing gym, soccer pitch, those would go back to their, user groups and sort of their programming groups, and, I mean, I see it under here because one of the, things is here is that hopefully the contracts are to local builders, and so where potentially when these projects come online, they are helping with jobs. In terms of local prosperity, people look, I mean, we depend a lot on the beauty of where we live and the fact that we don't have any industry here and lots of clean air and water. But people are also looking to come with children. Is there an arena? Is there a pool? Is there a climbing gym? Is there a soccer pitch? And so these add to the prosperity because this draws people into our community because they see their needs for their full family being met by what we have here within the community. That's my interpretation of why it's here, because it enhances the neighborhood, but I mean both these two big projects in terms of recreation projects, these are regional projects. When you look at who belongs to soccer, I mean, people are coming from Samo to play soccer here. They're coming from up the valley to play soccer here. So this isn't a neighborhood enhancement. And again, that draws those people to the area. They can't all live in Nelson, but again, they know that those facilities are there. And so I see it more as a economic, overall an economic driver for the city and the regional district as a whole.
And I think also, that's why we created these four overarching goals, that they should,
Okay, so
they
there's
should
some
meld
of the Venn
together, right?
diagram.
One shouldn't take away from the other, they should actually add to the other, so, so I think, yeah, you could, if they're, when we put those facilities in the neighborhood, we want to make sure that they actually fit well with the neighborhood as well, right? That they, they don't cause nuisances, they,
Yep.
they're, so all those things, so yeah, I think just anything we do, we're trying to make sure that we're, right now, the four overarching goals of council, are they adding to in all of those areas, or at least not detracting from others, so that's making sure that we're aligned.
It's an excellent point, and it really brings forward the strategic planning session that we just completed at the library. And one of the reasons that makes me think about it is we really focused at the library strategic planning this session on a values-based strategic plan, so that instead of overarching action items where tactics fall inside of, we spent the time getting really clear on what values were important within our strategic plan, which then fed into the tactics, which kind of alleviates some of this, like it exists in both places. Well, our value is that we want to have a community that's equitable and fair and has an opportunity for people to climb up the ladder and start from nothing and become something, right? And it might be something as we get to the planning component of our strategic plan to lean on some of that capacity over at the library and look at some of these other ways that we can generate our strategic plan and see if, maybe it's time for a refresh on the format and the framework, because that can support the flexibility as we go forward. Because I know the last time we sat down and did our strategic plan, Woodward would of course recall this, we talked a lot about specific things, actual like shovel projects that we thought needed to happen. But as we see at the end of the process, many of those things, some are on the list and some are gone, and new things have shown up as the plan has been executed. But if we start from a values-based place for a strategic plan, then that expectation that we're not trying to figure out what water line in to put where is more about that we want water, and water is good for people, and we're going to expand it. Right?
Essential.
Yeah. Anyway, I just it was a really wonderful process, and I think there's something that we can pull from that as well when we get into our session come April.
Question, Councillor Payne.
And the reason that this came to light for me is just around balance. So when we went down the list on the first or second slide, there's 5, 5, 5, and then strengthening neighborhoods is 2. So from the point of view of a citizen, all of those items are important, critically important. But I think from the point of someone living in a neighborhood, we need that balance around that. So there's different ways that we could balance it, and that might be one. But I do agree wholeheartedly with that value space, and I do see the overlap of the, if you want to call it the Venn diagram of these items happening. So just a thought that I'll hold, that when we move forward, how do we make sure that everything is, everything can't be at the top of the list, but certainly emphasized in a way that when a citizen sits down to look at this, they feel that it's a really balanced portfolio, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
So that was just the main thought on that. Thank you.
Okay. All right, the next area was really looking at how we encourage development in our downtown and waterfront. Again, those two main amenities that are really key to our community. And again, I think in terms of Councillor Payne, right, these make our neighborhoods by having these really strong amenities that, anchor our town. So the west waterfront lands, those are the Maglio lands. Our development services team have been working with with the owner and various potential developers on those lands. Again, the assisted living project on Vernon Street, that will clearly change the landscape of Vernon Street forever. That hole's been there for, I don't know, was there anything?
Over 100
Ever.
years.
There's never,
Yeah,
Was there
never been
something there
developed.
at
I
one
think
point in time?
I think it's one time there was probably, a hotel in like 1910 or something.
Okay,
But,
yeah, so that will be an amazing project to see that, that fill that gap in our
Yeah.
downtown streetscape. The Victoria Street condo project, the old Kerr building, that's getting completed. The NDN building is coming to completion. So again, bringing that residential component into our downtown. And again, two very different projects. One more on the high end of it, the NDN, the Victoria Street are smaller units and more that entry level housing. The Central Waterfront Development, which is the Kulos project with the marina. Again, East Waterfront, again, we worked with a number of developers there. And then I think Sebastian also identified, Lakeside Drive, when that Kulos development goes, do we want to look at Lakeside Drive? It's, it's all along our waterfront, and we really have paid very little attention to it. It's not super attractive. When these projects happen, it gives the city a chance to say, how do we make that, how do we tie that into Hall Street now? We've done Hall Street. We'll have the Kulos development on the other end. We have YRB in the middle, and what do we do to enhance that
Councillor Woodward.
experience?
I just between the Vernon Street project and the Kulos project down by the mall, I mean, those two spots have been empty for a long time. So it's kind of interesting that two very large areas are being filled in now. It sort of says something about this time period. And I guess the one on the waterfront has gone through quite a few development cycles that never worked.
Yep.
So, but we're definitely in a building boom.
Yeah. Well, and I think it also reflects, the complexity of both those
Building.
sites, right? Is, the reason they haven't developed to date is they're expensive to develop, and you have to have the right project to work
And housing environment to actually,
yeah, and
pay for
the price of housing is outrageous. but you can't build those projects at, you know, at anything less. And it's kind of a bit of double-edged sword though, as, you know, like building costs go up, you know, then obviously the cost goes up. It'd be nice if they would have been available when building costs were more affordable.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one was really looking at vibrancy in sports, culture, and recreation to enhance economic growth. So again, you know, I could have put the climbing wall and the indoor soccer in here. You know, we can look at, you know, obviously this will change, but, you know, looking at that. So, you know, the ongoing things are obviously the Carol Fest and the downtown sculptures. Those have really added additional vibrancy to our downtown. The Civic Center renewal project, that, you know, there's a plan for, you know, the new concourse on that, and the accessibility of that building will really change the use and functionality of that building. A really opportunity to enhance that cultural and recreation opportunity. Retention expansion, this is really the work that the Economic Development Partnership does. They'll come present to you, so I won't say too much more on that at this stage. Okay, the last area, just, you know, critical is really, you know, our excellence in city governance. So are we doing the right things, both in the short, medium, and long term? So building strategic partnerships, I think we've done a lot of work in that area. You know, the Nelson Health Campus, that was a lot of work to, you know, to try to stick handle that project and build partnership with, you know, the Columbia Basin Trust, with Interior Health, and, you know, the reality of all these projects, that one really, one of the key things of why that one ultimately happened was, you know, the CFO of Interior Health was in our community and really was appalled by the state of the buildings that we had in Nelson for healthcare, and took it upon herself to, you know, really push that project and be really creative. And you know, clearly there was a need, there was funding, but there was, you know, personal buy-in by someone at a top level at Interior Health that ultimately, you know, pushed that past some barriers that could have stopped it if there wasn't a champion there. So lots of thanks for Sylvia Weir on that one. MOTI, the Baker Four-Way Stop, you know, they came and presented to council. You know, council lobbied the province that said, you know, that intersection was failing. We want to see development in the Railtown area. That was going to hinder that development because that was going to be a large cost that a developer potentially was going to have to pick up. And probably would have, you know, we haven't seen that development just because of the other infrastructure costs. So trying to add interchanges to it would have probably put that back for years. And plus just bringing people into the Railtown area, you know, as a pedestrian, that's not the most friendly place to try to get across. As a cyclist, even as a vehicle, it's not the most friendly place to get across. So lots of lobbying by council, got this on the on the minister and the local MOTI regional offices plate. They did a bunch of really good work at different designs, and council really said, we want, you know, we want the, what do we call it, the full meal deal, that, you know, the one that will function long term, not a short term fix. So that one's was out for tender, and they're still negotiating with one of the property owners to get some land on that one.
Councillor Payne.
So what's been implemented now is just a stopgap until they do a more fulsome change down there? Is that a correct understanding, or?
No, they have,
That's gonna be at the flashing light?
it will be a full redesign or full rebuild of that interchange.
Okay, a full rebuild, because
with
this summer
traffic
they
lights
just did a bit where they put the flashing light up there, which
Yeah.
as a pedestrian doesn't make me feel any more
Any
secure
secure, yeah.
than it did before, as I'm looking for different ways to see if I can safely negotiate 8 different vehicles coming towards me at one time. Okay, that's what I thought it was, so that's
Yeah.
good to hear.
Yeah, we can share the design. It has proper turning lanes,
Yeah.
proper,
Yeah,
it has, streetlights. It's, clearly the volume of traffic that goes through that.
and especially for tourists passing through, that must be just
Oh.
mind-boggling to try and where am I
Navigate
going?
that.
Why is there this, that, and the other option
No,
here?
and they keep going and
And then they
and they
keep
haven't-
going and they're like, where am I now? Yeah.
turning and.
Well,
and again.
that's great. That's
Yeah.
what I thought. It was just sort of an interim.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Obviously, the BC housing projects we've done, we're still working with them on they still have on their books more housing for youth and women fleeing violence. We're still working with them on that. We've looked at a number of potential sites. Victoria Place, that was, I spoke of earlier, that's the pink building, and chance to work with them. Council at the UBCM met with the minister, and also staff met with their staff to really open those doors to making sure that that we're gonna look for opportunities to enhance that. It's a large building, it has a large street presence, and it would be great to see, that be more retail or public facing space on that main floor and offices above. Selkirk College, we're working as council, those on council may recall when Selkirk College came to us and proposed a regional study on homelessness, and that committee has kicked off. Myself and Colin McClure from Trail were part of that call, as well as a number of people from the college, a number of nonprofits. So it's really looking at that, how do we support folks struggling with homelessness across the region as opposed to individually. So that's underway. You're aware of we do financial services for 4 small municipalities, and we're looking at potentially, or can we provide other services, for example, around climate change for those communities. And then we're working with the RDCK on a number of things, but the central compost, how does our organics diversion fit with the central compost system?
Question, Councillor Payne.
One of the partners I don't see on here, and I don't know if it's just early days, but BCGEU bought the building on Josephine, and I understand they're talking about affordable housing and childcare in that building. Is there just a time, do they have a time frame? Is that anything that we have right now or need to know, or?
I don't think there's anything right now.
Okay.
Paul Finch, the vice president of BCGEU, is actually a colleague of mine, and so
Yeah, okay.
we chat back and forth, but they don't have anything. They're moving on a very large 37-story project they have in Burnaby right now. That's number 1 on their plate. They do hope to be back in Nelson soon. They have hired an architect, so we'll be hearing about their project. I would hear late 2023, probably 2024.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and they did certainly reached out when they
Yeah.
bought that building and had some initial discussions. Definitely want to work with the city.
And they hired just if I may, they did hire a local architect.
Nice.
Although they're based in Vancouver, they are really, their style is to be involved in the community, so that was very important for them to hire a local architect.
Yeah, in as much as affordable housing is, obviously one of our key goals, the
Yeah.
idea of having a childcare center in the downtown core also seems like very exciting to hear.
Yeah. All right. Again, a strategy under this area was really how do we empower our own employees to live our values, to, how do we foster positive team environment, how do we build our own employees to deliver the services. Certainly during the pandemic, I felt whole employee group really stepped up and really was able to, continue to provide excellent services to our community in really trying times. They didn't, many of our, I'd say the majority of our employees did not have the opportunity to work from home or work in protected environments. They had to be out on the street. They had to be, providing police, fire, transit, all those services that we provide every day in trying environments. I think we've hired some really excellent people into our organization. I'm excited about the new team. I mentioned the HR team here. I'm excited about that group and the changes we've made there. The changes to the organizational structure that I spoke about earlier with this new GM position and that succession planning. Partners in Leadership is a program that we deliver to our employees, and it's really about empowering employees. It's an accountability framework in terms of how do we provide excellent services and not let things get in our way. There's a phrase of what else can I do? If you run into a challenge, how else do I solve this? And getting out of I don't have enough this, I don't have enough that. How do we make this work? And we saw that in the pandemic. We did that. And it's interesting. So
Councillor Payne.
I'm new, so these are questions that, I'm just interested, I don't want to get operational, obviously, but I'm just interested how often, the compensation package and the benefits package, is there a cycle that they're evaluated and compared to other municipalities and
are
levels
you
of
talking
government?
about excluded stuff? Because the others are through collective agreements.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yes, there's basically, annually, we bring what we propose as kind of an inflationary increase, but every 3 to 4 years, we go out to market. We're in the process of that right now.
okay.
We had done it internally. We decided to, with the number of changes we've had, and we haven't, had a third party look at this, and since I've been here, that we went out and hired a consultant that works in this field to do that work. Unfortunately, we just found out that, even though they said they would get that work done by early this year, that they backed out from that and said they didn't have time to do it. So we're just trying to engage with another consultant to get that work done. So we're hoping by sort of early or late spring that we should be able to get that done. But it's a competitive market out there.
It's a competitive market.
For sure. So,
And as beautiful as our town is.
Yep, we find that, we've been fortunate to, get strong candidates at the end of the day, but I can tell you, there is very few times that it is, like, I have 3 or 4 candidates to select from. I have like 1, maybe 2 that I think are at the standard and the fit and all that sort of thing for Nelson. The reality is there's many nice communities in British Columbia. We don't have the ownership on that. We're not an inexpensive community to come to anymore. And it has to work for, both partners generally, how to, being a smaller community, there's not always a lot of opportunity for both partners to get good employment here. So yes, we need to remain competitive. Looked at some of our even smaller neighboring communities, and I'm actually quite surprised at some of the salaries they're paying compared to us, that we are miles more complex than these smaller communities, and our compensation is not necessarily in line with them.
Okay, but we do have an opportunity to look at that going into the new year. That sounds great, thanks.
Okay, how do we engage with neighborhoods? Generally, these are, we do use a software called Thought Exchange that most of our departments have used to really have those open-ended discussions with community. Obviously, the work council does, being in community is important. The communication we work, but the larger ones are really around things like the official community plan, the bikeway project, Nelson Next. Those are where we really get a chance to talk to community, and even then, you get only a select component of the community. So always looking at how do we connect with those folks that don't necessarily show up at these kind of events. I think Director GM Spencer said the other day, they had higher participation when they actually did this on Zoom than they did in person. So again, opportunities to give people choice of how they want to engage.
Hybrid's great.
Yeah.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just sort of, as you're speaking about these public engagements, I feel like these are such great opportunities to bring the public into, policy creation. And I think sometimes City Hall can be a bit opaque because, each issue we're not run up against are always very complex. And so it's very hard to communicate all levels of complexity. And I think these public engagements are, especially with all the new technology, are really excellent to, bringing community into how it all gets done. So I would hope that we would continue expanding on these kind of engagements.
And I think putting Ginger back in a couple plow trucks or something is.
Yeah, that's really great.
I think the initiative Mayor Morrison has identified of creating those learning opportunities through some of the meetings that we have. And as she said, we're sometimes amazed at how many people actually watch the council meetings after the fact. But creating those opportunities that so you deal with the item that's there, not necessarily the context of it all, and building more context would be, I think, important.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Again, a key part of excellent and city governance is the prudent financial management of the city. As CFO Jury reported out, we've been, I think, doing an excellent job of identifying alternative sources of financing our projects, whether they're grants, whether they're fees, whether they're partnerships, all those sorts of things. We built a new park up in Fairview that was Crown land. We made a deal with the province that the proceeds, we sold the lots off at the front end to generate revenues to build the park and pave that road and put sidewalks in, and we did a partnership with the province to allow those profits to go back into the park and those amenities and do a profit sharing on there. So those are some of the things we do. The Bylaw agreement that with Fortis that we generated significant revenues from that we invested in.
Abbreviation, she's gonna wanna know what the LILO is. Lease in, lease out is what LILO stands for.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was a complex financing decision or
It's now
plan
ended,
that we
has it
put.
not?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
paid out now, so it was a
One
long
that
Did
time.
bring in a
not
fair amount of
familiar
money.
with.
I remember back then, 17 years seemed like a long
Yeah.
time when we negotiated that agreement. I can't believe it's actually come and gone now. So I guess that speaks to
that.
my longevity here. But yeah, so projects like that, I think Nelson's pretty unique in, the deals we put together. Buying this building, we bought it, leased back the majority of it to the province, which paid for the building and generated us revenue. So those are the kind of things we do here. Obviously, how we maintain reserves. Councillor Page brought that up. Is there other areas that we need to build reserves? The cost of service agreement. that was recently approved by the BC utility, really looking at what that fee structure looks like, making sure that we're recovering our costs by providing that service. Water rights agreement is another agreement that we have with BC Hydro that we're reviewing. We talked about asset management, GIS, which is Geographical Information Systems. So that's how that's the modern way of how you manage your assets. Actually, every asset is geolocated. You know where your water mains are, you know where your hydrants are, you know where your electrical meters are, where your transformers are, all those physical locations and what those are, how old they are, you know, the maintenance history behind them, all those sorts of things need to be in an asset management plan, and ideally in a GIS system. So we're looking at that. Right now we have GIS services through the regional district, but it's really on sort of the mapping side of it. It doesn't get into sort of the assets, and we really need to look at that. Nelson Hydro has hired a consultant to look at that, and we're going to get together as an organization as a whole, because every one of us, every service we have is linked to, you know, normally a physical property.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify, with your, if you're speaking about like a GIS environment, so that a I don't know, public works manager could go look at a certain area, you know, maybe click on that, it would give a multi-leveled for each connection, each pipe, like,
Yep.
no.
No,
So we
exactly.
don't have that right now.
No, we do it through AutoCAD.
Right.
So we do have that information, but it's not in a geographical system.
Okay.
There's no layers to it. You're looking at, you know, individual plans for each
Right.
individual system, which is a big upgrade on the past.
Yeah.
I recall our Public Works folks saying, yeah, you identify that, you go to, you know, this house on the corner of this, and if you line up with their window,
Right.
that's where you do.
Right.
So,
We gotta get a little more technical than that, is
Yeah.
what you're saying.
So-
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and then really, again, you know, I think we've done, we had a big focus on, you know, especially with the pandemic and knowing that there would be grants available, and, you know, obviously the move with the funding around climate change and those things. So we really worked hard on positioning ourselves to be successful, you know, having that good planning in place, having the projects shovel ready, really having good asset management so that we can make a strong case for our granting. So we, you know, you heard the climate team, you know, alone brought 1.2 million in last year. The Salis Creek was $6 million, 100% funded. The, you know, the Civic Center is you know, millions of dollars as well, so.
Before you get on to the next one, and I just don't know where it sits, I think it might have sat under that, is that I think that we need to remember this money that we've put towards the digital transformation project should really be on there, because I think that is going to help, obviously, with financial opportunities, but it's also going to, as I look at this next page, increase customer service and enhance efficiency and effectiveness, just to be able to have all those past records, and probably more importantly, all the future records digitalized. So something like GIS, where we're looking at services that are in the ground, is that we can also look at records that pertain to other issues within the city and be able to easily pull them out of archives as well. So that's a very important project that I think we need to continue. We have used some COVID relief funds to get it started, but I think that what we're seeing and what I'm hearing from staff is that this is a really great project, but like many things, there's a lot more to it, and that we'll probably be looking for, you know, additional funding going forward to make sure that we don't get this sort of project half done now that we've started it and not have the ability to complete it and set it up for all of the work. Let's hope that all of the work that we do as a council for the next 4 years doesn't end up on a piece of paper that gets filed that has to be digitalized at some time in the future, that we can have that working and running going forward all the time.
No, that's an excellent point, and definitely should be listed on here, and it's, as you mentioned, it's not just, you know, digitizing things, it's how you actually access that and how you use that information going forward is the important part of it, so. And again, you know, even that is, you know, how do we manage, you know, that information is, you know, we actually interact with customers on many different levels, and, you know, is it at the property level, is it at the customer level, is it, you know, all those things we need to, you know, make sure, and we're, you know, we're using Office 365, and Sarah's heard me say this a number of times, you know, how do we make sure that when we get these new powerful pieces of software, we actually use the capability of them, or versus sort of going back to our standard way of doing things, and they more get in the way than actually you start to change the way you use that information in a different way. They've been developed to, be an information system that, and rely on, you know, all those smart people that develop these, sophisticated pieces of software, and we have to sort of, you know, adjust our work that we take advantage of those pieces of software. And, you know. So that's, you know, a snapshot. There's obviously a lot more work that is done by our staff, in addition to sort of these priorities that the council said, and so I just thought it was a, you know, a good opportunity to just really let, especially new council, know where we're at with a number of these things, and when you hear other presentations, then, you know, and the work we're doing, that gives you a bit of context for that.
Councillor Payne.
Do we know what the penetration for online billing is with Nelson Hydro?
We had that number.
Did he mention?
Close to 20%.
20%.
Yeah.
And that's after, is that a year now that it's been implemented, or? So just over a year. And was there a target when it was implemented? What would be the optimal?
100%.
Right, I was just gonna say, optimal would be 100, but we know there are
Yeah.
people
I thought I heard her say
belonging to that
20% was the
digital-
target.
Yeah, I think the idea is, without doing much of a push normally with online services, you get about 20%, just kind of
Okay.
organically happens. So once you hit that level, then you need to kind of push to kind of get the rest of folks on board. Sounds like they're at 25 without even hitting that next push yet.
So your early adopters, like our household, was looking for that, because we'd been used to it from another community. So when people, well, I don't wanna go there, I just wanted to get, yeah, thank you. That's what I needed, thanks.
Okay, so if there's no other questions, I just want to thank the city manager for doing this strategic plan review, and encourage councillors to keep this document handy, maybe in your drawer, or of course take it home to take a look at it. But that I think it'll help as Chris Jury comes forward, our CFO, to talk about projects and funding and what we're looking at, and making sure that the budget's supposed to sort of match this. So as we go through the discussions, so good introduction to all the things that we're gonna see, not all of today. We do have 3 budget meetings scheduled in January, so it is a complex budget process, but now we can see where the alignments are and make sure that we're not missing out anything as we go forward. Everybody's been very patient and great, and so I would suggest that we take a small break right now for a few minutes to refresh our coffee, do the bio break, and we'll come back at, if we can, we're gonna aim for 11 and see what happens.
Do you control the slide, Sarah, or just sit in space?
Nope.
Okay.
I can, but.
No, that's, I can do it. Okay.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. And in the hot seats, we have Nathan and Caleb from the IT department. And they will be starting off our next session about IT. And then we will be carrying on to have some discussion also about 911 e-com services. And what people can't see here is that we have the deputy police chief and one of our dispatchers, who of course has to use this service, are joining us for the conversation as we move along. So after Kevin throws his phone at me, we'll move on, and we'll try to get through this IT portion hopefully in time for lunch. So over to you, Nathan and Callum.
So last time I presented to council, it was with Nelson Hydro, and it was 5 hours. I promise to keep it shorter than 5 hours today. So, thank you and good morning. So I have Caleb up here with me. He's the lead hand for IT. We'll get through the org chart in the next slide. A few things I want to point out with the org chart is firstly, there was a shift. I've been here for about 4 months, so I'm relatively new here, but prior to my arrival, there was, the IT department was actually under the HR umbrella. So I just wanted to show an org chart to show that it's actually under the financial umbrella now. So Chris Jury, CFO, I fall under Chris Jury, so I have a dual role kind of as a financial officer here with the city, and also manager of IT. Then on the left-hand side of the org chart, we have Caleb here. So, do you want to introduce yourself, Caleb? Okay, so Caleb's been with IT for over a decade, about 15 years roughly. So as the lead hand, he kind of oversees all the technical aspects of the team. He also leads the Nelson fiber optic project as well. So then we have Steve. We have two system analysts, Steve and Mark. Steve takes care of more the application side of things. So think of our accounting software or Nelson Hydro's billing software. So if there's any issues with those applications, then that goes to Steve. And then Mark, he's also a system analyst, but more on the back end. So just making sure our servers are up to date, making sure the back end software is running smoothly. That's what Mark does. And then Dave is our help desk technician. From what I understand, that position came about 2 or 3 years ago, and it's the city's first dedicated help desk technician, and it's been a great asset to the organization. Last thing I did want to mention on this slide, we do have a retirement pending. So Steve has given us informal notification that he's likely going to retire at the end of March. So I wanted to note this just because I would like to increase our operating budget slightly by about $15,000 just to allow for some crossover. We'd like to start the hiring process right away and hopefully have somebody in that role by February, which would be a couple-month crossover. Steve has about 30 years of experience with the city in multiple departments, not just IT, and I think it would be a shame to not have at least a little bit of crossover to lose that knowledge. So that's a bit of my ask as well, just to increase the operation budget as well, to have that crossover. And on a big picture, high level, just kind of want to talk briefly about some general operations. You know, what does IT do on a regular basis? Again, pretty high level things. So think about, you know, making sure people have the right tools for the jobs, making sure they have laptops, workstations, all the peripheral equipment, and making sure it's rotated through its life cycle properly. Right now, we replace laptops every 4 years or so, so just kind of ensuring people have the most up-to-date equipment. Then network infrastructure. So this is, you know, just ensuring all the servers are up to date and running smoothly for the network. Software, think of again Microsoft systems or accounting systems to make sure they're all up to date and working smoothly. In regards to software as well, there's also the IT department is involved in the acquisition process. So for example, if a department like Nelson Hydro has an eye on some software that they think would advance their business, they might come to IT and just for recommendations to ensure it integrates well with other software and such. So we're definitely part of purchasing process as well.
Councillor Woodward, question.
Thank you. Through the chair. Just wondering about security. Obviously, that's a huge piece that's happening with large organizations like us.
Yeah.
So can you just talk a little bit about what kind of security we have going on?
Yeah, maybe I can let Caleb speak to that. I'll speak to security a little bit later on at a high level, but I don't know if you have any insight
Do
on
you
that.
have a RFP for a security audit? So we're gonna do a proper security audit to get a third party, truly evaluate the systems and then let us know where we should address it.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, it's right in the pursuit part right now, getting ready to go out.
Awesome.
Yeah, that
Thank you.
actually should be out Monday, I heard. So in terms of having it ready for us to look at. Yep. Oh, okay.
Thank you. That's really awesome to hear. Thank you.
And then also, again, mentioned Calum in this part, the fiber optic network. So the city has a fiber optic network that we manage, that Calum manages, and we're always looking for opportunities to grow that network as well, and expand that network. And then finally, co-location. So we call it the colo. So we do have a dedicated room in the basement here in the building that has commercial grade air conditioning systems to ensure that the rooms stay cool to the operating temperature that that is ideal for servers, that we lease out the space to other organizations. So both the fiber optic and that colo, they're both revenue generators for IT. Last year they brought in around $120,000, $130,000 between the two of them for the department.
Mayor?
Mayor.
Councillor Page and then Councillor Tate.
What's our utilization of the colo at this point? What percent of the space is leased?
We have 8 customers. I'd say of totals, we have a lot of space in small racks that we could still accommodate. So I'd say we're running about 50% utilization.
Okay.
But that's, we have a lot of small racks a lot of the large racks are taken up now. We
Okay.
have a lot of like 6U racks for small customers that are still available.
Okay,
Yeah.
so good. Half the space yet to sell. Right?
Yes, yeah, but a lot of it's small space that is more unique to smaller customers. Most of the big space is taken.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Tate.
After what we learned in Lytton, can you share with us and the public where we have alternate storage of servers and
Sure, yeah.
Information?
Yeah, this does come up a little bit later in the presentation,
Okay.
but I can touch on it now.
Sure.
And feel free to add if you want. But we are undergoing a project right now. We've acquired most of the equipment and software. We're just in the implementation stage where we have a disaster recovery site.
Okay.
So yeah, it's basically a mirror system. So we have our current system where we house all our data, and the intent is to match that system somewhere else where they communicate back and forth. And so in the event of a natural disaster, a fire, flood, if our system in this building goes down, there's a system in another building that automatically would kick in.
and it's already functional or it's in the process?
It's in the process. It's not functional yet. Yeah, you're very welcome.
Sorry, would that be, is that in town or is that?
It is, yeah.
In the
It's
area.
at the fire, or sorry, police station.
Currently, we're working on the redundant station of the police department, but when that's working, then we look at maybe like a cold site, maybe in
Yeah.
Trail or Cranbrook, so that'll be the next stage
Okay,
after we make
great.
this hot site. So the
Yeah.
police department will be a site where it can immediately come up, because it's on the fiber optic network.
Of course.
But when that's working, we can look at a site that's,
A little slower.
you can't bring it up as quickly, it'd be a cold site where data's just transferred there, but maybe Trail or Cranbrook after this site's working.
But you
Thank
can
you.
stand it up, yeah.
Yeah, and it'd be on the Columbia Basin Broadband Network, so it's on fiber, it'd be quite quick.
Okay, great, thanks.
I think one of the poor issues there in Lytton was the fact that everything they had was on a piece of paper.
So next slide. So I'm going to go over a few 2022 major projects that we've accomplished. NetMotion. So NetMotion is a system that securely connects the Nelson Police Department mobile workstation. So think of a laptop in their vehicles with their police applications. So previously it would be routed through Vancouver, I believe, with Ecom, and then go to their applications. Now we have that all in-house, routed to the application. So we're just kind of cutting out the middleman, so to speak, for that. Nextlog is a call recording software that we've provided to the emergency services, so police and fire, to record 911 calls and also radio calls as well. Fuel management system, that's one thing that we completed in 2022. So this is a digital system that integrates our fuel station for the city, so for our fleet vehicles, that has a little RFID device on the hose and RFID device on all our vehicles, so they can communicate to each other when filling up at the gas station, and that goes directly to our accounting system. So it's just automates the process and also prevents data entry errors. You know, from people manually taking down 50 liters for this vehicle at this time. It's all automated now.
Question from Councillor Page with her
Just
little,
the
Yes, sorry.
keeper
Flag
of the
reminder.
acronyms. So
Yes.
Councillor Woodward did lean over and tell me what RFID was, but we are always hoping that there are citizens
100%.
out there listening, and this may be an opportunity for them to learn what it is.
Radio frequency identification. So basically, it's just two devices that communicate with each other without having a hardwire system. They communicate as long as they're within close proximity to each other.
Thank you.
Yes.
People are going to get really
Yes,
tired
no,
of
no,
this.
that's good.
And although not the
The abbreviation.
IT side of it, that is connecting to the new fuel tanks that we installed at Public Works. We used to have in-ground fuel tanks, and we had been on the books for about 10 years. We finally got those tanks above ground so that they don't cause those environmental challenges that those in-ground ones can. So as part of that, we automated the fuel management side of that process. So those are our own fuel tanks that this is tied into, right?
So the next one is SAN, Storage Area Network, is the disaster recovery that we spoke about earlier. So having a mirrored system in a different building. Migration of the co-location. So this is underway. We've acquired some. We've started this process. We haven't completed it yet. But our goal is to move our city servers and racks into that co-location room that I spoke about. Currently, they're housed in a separate area with separate residential air conditioners that just aren't cutting it. And we felt that it should be moved into this area that's just more not secure, but has better air conditioning, so have less failures as a result.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. What about long-term electric cutoff? How long can we go for?
Well, we have backup generators.
Here,
That's correct.
and would there also be a backup generator in the mirror site?
Yeah, I believe so.
Police department has a backup generator.
So as long as we have diesel fuel, we can keep going?
You got it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, server updates. We've recently updated all of our city servers from, some of them were a little beyond end of life. We're at 2008 operating systems. And instead of typically, we would upgrade them to the next operating system. So 2012, then to 2016, we got everything up to date to 2019, which is the most current one that we want to use. So that was a big project.
Thank you.
In regards to budget, so for 2022, we've budgeted for IT expenditures, IT capital expenditures, 429,000. I forecast we're going to end the year around the 340,000. There were several projects that we just didn't have the capacity to get to, so that's why we're coming in under budget. One of those items, as Caleb mentioned, was that security audit. We intended to put that out late this year. It just didn't quite happen. It'll go out early in 2023. For 2023, we're looking at a preliminary budget we're looking at is around 450,000. That's what we're anticipating, again, for our capital expenditures for IT. There is an asterisk beside that. That does not include Next Gen 911, which will be the later half of this presentation. And I'll have some estimates on budget for that specifically a little bit later on.
And Nathan, maybe I'd just add the way we actually budget for most of our IT capital is we charge a fee to each of our departments for the use of a laptop or a workstation, etc. So we create what we call a
rental pool, and, you know, what we charge those departments goes into a reserve so that we can replace that equipment when it comes to end of life. So this is an area that we're trying to make sure that we're accumulating those reserves, so we're not looking for new capital every time we do a project. And there's certainly some components of the IT that, and, you know, we're trying to, at least one of the things I emphasize is, you know, we shouldn't be drawing from that pool for new capital. If it's a new project, it never contributed to that. So we need to fund that elsewhere and then start to, again, build a reserve for that new capital.
So looking ahead to 2023 projects, some of them we've already identified. IT system security audit, we kind of already went over that. That should happen early 2023. We do anticipate there'll be some actions that come out of that audit for sure. Next generation 911, gonna leave you hanging on that one again. That's the last half of this presentation. We'll get in depth on that. Upgrading city phone system. So the next gen 911 project will require us to upgrade our phone system for police and fire. However, our current phone system is also ending or nearing end of life. So if we can get economies of scale and upgrade the city phone system all at the same time, it might be advantageous to do so. So we're gonna look at that option.
Question, sorry,
Oh, yep, sorry.
Councillor Payne. and
When
then
you
Councillor
say-
Lundberg.
When you say the city phone system, you
Yeah.
mean for this building or for the entire?
Yes, sorry, just
Okay,
for this building.
so the
Thank you for
city
that
facility
clarification.
building,
The
like this-
facility building, police
Whatever you
department,
call it, this
fire.
building.
Yeah, public works.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, thanks.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Considering that in these modern days, all that you're talking about here is the backbone of how a city operates. I'm wondering, do you liaison with emergency management to you know, look at the holistic view of how you're moving forward, and, like, you know, are we ready for different kind of emergencies and, you know, electrical power cut off and all these pieces? Because you can see how one of these systems goes down and we're kind of handicapped as a city to respond.
Yeah.
So would there be a liaison happening between those two departments?
It's a good question. I don't know if you have any insight on that or.
Yeah, do you mean with our internal, like, EOC or the
Just-
provincial emergency management?
I think just in general, I mean, especially with internally, that we're all, like, on the same page. I keep thinking about, as you're talking, just how much our, you know, city management and city response rests on IT. And that it would be important, I think, moving forward, to work, or to at least confer with emergency management to say, you know, these systems are hardened, we have double systems here, that we're, you know, that we can withstand different possible events.
Yeah, we were looking to work with John, the new EOC coordinator, come up with like a risk assessment and work with him for identifying what risks are in the town and how to address that with the IT infrastructure.
Great,
So we're gonna work with him on that.
great.
Yeah, in terms to answer, you know, looking at these things on a holistic level, it's something that, you know, we've identified recently that there is some room for improvement in regards to procurement of hardware, software, and how we can involve, or at least IT department and finance department can kind of be that middle person facilitating that conversation holistically. And what I mean by that, we don't want you know, one department going out and doing their own thing with another department having the need and having them not communicate effectively. So, you know, we want to try to improve to be that liaison between all city departments when it comes to technology, and ensure that we're doing, we're getting the right tools we need for everybody, not just department specific.
Great, thank you.
I just add, you know, we do a hazard risk assessment. That's part of the emergency management plan. Have we been as rigorous as we should with the IT side of it? I think we probably should have a harder look. I think we tend to go, you know, where's our sewage treatment plant? Where's our, you know, our pumps for various things? We kind of think we tend to look at those type of assets as opposed to, you know, the IT assets, and obviously we need those to run the system. You know, as Calum and Nathan mentioned, you know, certainly in terms of having backup capability to ensure our, that our IT doesn't go down in the event of a storm. We do have, our own fiber strung across all our facilities, and in fact, just as a point of interest, that's why Nelson ultimately or initially got into fiber. Really, all we did in the beginning was run fiber between all our facilities, and that allowed us to get rid of the 500 individual phone lines that we had in each individual thing, it was really driven by a financial decision to, if we got rid of all those individual phone lines and strung fiber between all our facilities, then we only needed one phone line into the city, and we would connect internally through all that. So so definitely, sort of that core piece. Do we, can our servers still run, et cetera, in the event of a storm or event like that? As Caleb talked about, looking at off-site locations, and so that piece has been done. I don't know if we've gone to that level, and I think the security piece is part of that. But I don't know how much we've gone into, looking at different events and whether we can still operate or recover in the event of a wildfire, a significant flood event, a significant wind event, those sorts of things.
I just think about how we've set up the emergency operations center and how, that entire thing is sitting on the backbone of our IT. So,
Yeah.
Making sure that we can respond properly in an emergency situation, and that, something doesn't go down and then our emergency operations center is not functioning because we didn't cover that ground. And then, I feel like it's we should, if we haven't done that, we should get on it, because, these storms have been very intense.
Yeah.
And they probably will continue to be that way. So the more we're
So
ready.
the EOC, we hardened by, having that generation capacity to run the EOC. The EOC can run without any electrical power. We have a generator for that facility. We also, as Caleb and Nathan pointed out, have a generator for the colo location, so our internal service. Police, fire both have backup generation. So I think those emergency services, as far as hardening them in the event that we can operate without power has been done. I'm not sure. Caleb, how are you feeling about?
We've done pretty well for resilience so far. That's one of the reasons we want to move down into this city storage down to the co-location, because the co-location is fairly well hardened. It has redundant air conditioners. It's on a really large generator. It's quite secure as well. That's external access. There's a camera that feeds the police department. So that's one of the reasons we moved down there. Plus, it'll save on cooling costs. We're not cooling an extra room.
Yes.
And then throughout town, we did do backup fiber strands. So we have redundant loops through town to feed police and city hall that are connected to each other. And the majority of it's underground as well. So it would take quite a bit of work to break that strand. And then the police department could be our redundant site. And again, they are a secure facility, generator, and also the redundant loop. So I think we're doing okay.
Great.
Definitely we should work with the EOC, our coordinator, to look at all of the risks and see if we're missing any pieces. And the security audit will also include the risk assessment
For sure.
that we're going to put out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Page.
Yeah, and obviously IT also brings with it its own set of disasters that can occur in the cybersphere. And just to through the chair to Councillor Woodward's point, I think there's a piece there in emergency operations where mustering those EOCs in remote locations and locations that have been damaged is kind of, there is a piece of that that's part and parcel. Like, we don't always assume that we will actually have the EOC itself in a disaster. So everything's might have to just be mustered from nothing. Looking at the looking ahead, is there more looking ahead to come? But
This is it for this slide,
Okay,
for sure.
so-
Yeah, there are other projects. These were the major ones, yep.
So one of the major projects I wanted to inquire about or see if we were making progress towards is work order systems or unified CRM systems to support requests that come in and coordination across departments in terms of tracking and understanding that, you know, something's been resolved, something's tied to a history of a particular caller. That support level of tools and software that helps everybody coordinate their jobs.
Counselor Page, CRM, please, for the listening audience.
Sorry.
Customer relationship management, but I'm not quite sure it's the right term in this context, but sure. Constituent relationship management.
Corporate resource
Client.
management. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we don't have a system that's universal for the whole city. I mean, each department might have their own CRM system. You know, CIS is a software that Nelson Hydro uses, you know, to kind of manage their customers. So, yeah, there are software for each department that has that need, but yeah, no, it's a great point. We don't have a system that is for the entire city to manage those touch points with customers.
So getting specific, I think Public Works is one of those spaces that might not be serviced by such a tool that's appropriate for their workload. And so even if we weren't looking at a unified system that brings all those channels of communication in, be they Facebook or text or phone or email under one unified relationship manager, but within Public Works itself, I know that there is that same specific struggle and might require just, you know, that attention. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully on the work plan for 2024.
Yes. Okay. And then just the last couple points here, I just want to touch on improved city asset connectivity. As Kevin mentioned, most of our assets are connected, but there's always a little bit of improvement. For example, some substations for Nelson Hydro, we want to connect via fiber just to get more data across quicker with SCADA data. And then finally, electronic payroll. This may not happen in 2023, but we're being optimistic that our accounting system, they're in the process of developing an electronic payroll system. We're hoping to roll that out in 2023 if that is fully developed by then.
And interesting enough, I think they mentioned that we'll probably be last because we're by far the most complex municipality that they deal with. Just our, you know, having a Nelson Hydro, police, fire, all those services we provide, we're somewhat unique in the municipal world.
Yeah, and they have not announced a rollout date yet, but still holding optimism that it's going to be 2023. But and then finally, my last slide before we get to next generation 911. I won't touch on each of these individually, but I just want to make you aware of that. We have an IT consultant. His name's Richard. He came down about a month or so ago, and we had department head meetings, him and I. And from those department head meetings, we were asking just general feedback on how the IT department's doing, what we can do better. And from that, I created a report that identified 5 key areas that we could have some room for improvement on. And I have action items for each one of these. So going forward, 2023, 2024, you know, I'm developing a plan to, you know, just tweak little aspects of our IT group and our IT team just to make things a little bit more efficient and improve the group.
Great.
Counselor Tate.
Hi, before we move to next gen 911, I know that I'm new, but for some of these internal components of the city, we don't see a budget sheet because we don't really have any revenue. But I heard you say net motion cuts out the middleman, which sounds like savings to me. And I would also ask, I'm curious, with the new hire and someone leaving the city who has 30 years experience, and then bringing in someone who is presumably not at end of career, I hear savings. Are these things that you could highlight for us, maybe, somehow?
I can definitely get back to you on some of those savings. I don't have this unless you know what.
I can just
savings would be
speak to
not going through econ.
the staff person that's a unionized position, so they'll come in as a unionized, same rates of pay.
Okay.
Those don't change with,
There's no scale, like,
no.
okay, good to know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cross that savings off.
No savings.
See with the net motion savings, so what it was before is the police department, their laptop in the vehicles, it communicated directly to the RCMP network on the coast. And so that, they wanted that, the RCMP wanted that changed. And McPhee actually knows the exact answer. But I believe now that we're connecting local, I don't believe there's a cost savings. The cost is just now moved to connecting locally rather than to the coast.
Okay,
Nice try, Kate.
thank you.
Just on that savings side though, I mean, these guys talked about, moving equipment into the colo. So, I mean, that would, we got an air conditioner in there that's running 24/7 in a smaller room. Taking that out, I mean, there's the electrical savings, but then there's just the environmental side of that. It just, we got, you know, two redundant air conditioners in the colo. It just makes sense to have as much equipment as you can and not have another.
No, not in the municipal
burn in this thing. And plus the replacement cost, I think that piece is at its end of life anyway, so we need to replace it. So not doing that and moving it all to another room just makes financial sense.
Yeah, and the savings from that would be thousands of dollars per year in that air conditioning cost from air conditioning two buildings versus one. And also, you know, on that note too, I can't quantify this necessarily, but moving our equipment into colo will likely have our equipment last a little bit longer because it sustains a more accurate temperature of what we want to sustain. Where in the room that we're currently in, we've noticed in the summertime, even with two air conditioners running 24/7, it's been creeping up to temperatures that are not ideal. So equipment lasts longer when it stays cooler. So there'll be, I can't quantify that for you, but our equipment should last longer as well. It's like,
Thank you.
So we're saving on our electric bill.
yes, yeah,
To
absolutely.
ourselves.
We'll see,
I don't like
we'll see $40. We'll see $40 more on the dividend.
Might ask Raj to come up and
That's the complication.
start talking about Engine 911.
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much for having us. I feel like every time I come here, I'm asking for more money or.
You are. You are.
This is just a guest cameo for the IT section. With me is dispatcher Andrew
Just-
McPhee.
So, hang on.
This isn't an abbreviation, but I had just requested that people would introduce themselves for the people outside of
Okay.
the room, if that's okay. So everyone understands who you are and
Okay.
remembers that smiling face.
Okay. My name's Raj Saini. I'm deputy chief with the Nelson Police Department.
Thank you.
Will you introduce yourself?
My name is Andrew McPhee, I'm a special constable with the police department, been in the city since 1994.
We're here to talk about next generation 911. But before we get there, I'm gonna let Andrew talk about your question there, Counselor.
I love questions with savings.
So Councillor Tate had a question about how net motion was a savings or implied savings.
I'm gonna have you, sorry to interrupt there. You've got one microphone there and
Have to share.
you kinda have to share. And is it on? Can somebody just make sure that that microphone's been on? It's gotta be, okay. Good. Thanks.
So to answer your question, Councillor Tate, next generation 911, net motion is the connection for our secure laptops to talk to each other and not go to any place that they're not supposed to go to or be vulnerable to hackers. It's a secure VPN that allows us to go through TELUS, contact our server, and then get that information from secure databases back into our laptops on a mobile basis. Previously, Ecom hosted that server, and with Ecom's disaster recovery model, they no longer wanted to be responsible for hosting that server for up to 2,000 laptops. So they've made it the responsibility of each agency to have their own disaster recovery model for their mobile workstations, and that's what we've done. So everyone else is transitioning off. Everyone's adopted net motion for the municipal side. The RCMP have what's called Project Moose, and that's based out of Ottawa for all their laptops. There's another 7,500. I don't make the acronyms.
Yeah, that's got to be a good one.
7,500 laptops across Canada running off of it. So it's all about disaster recovery and how who wants to host it. Unfortunately, our prime fees that we pay per member cover the net motion server side for Ecom. Now that they're no longer hosting it, we have to, the investment is minimum. I think it's a $1,500 a year licensing fee, and that's it once we've got it set up.
That's a reverse savings.
It is eventually.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We're here to talk about next generation 911. before I get going, I'm just gonna show a quick video. It's from the States, but I'll give you a highlight. It's about 2.5 minutes. It'll really highlight what exactly is Next Generation 911.
For more than 4 decades, the public has turned to 911 for help during emergencies, and we've always been there. Basic 911 technology is essentially the same today as it was 40 years ago. But along the way, we've made some enhancements to the system to accommodate new technologies, like cell phones, location tracking, and now texting to 911. But that's getting harder to do. Technology is constantly evolving, now faster than ever before. And as the world adapts to keep up, it's our duty to keep up as well. Why? Because people expect 911 to work no matter what. They assume that they can reach 911 via text, picture, or video messaging, and they expect to get help quickly from any device at any time. It's time to make that concept a reality. Next Generation 911 transitions us from yesterday's technology to a faster, more flexible, resilient, and scalable system, enabling 911 to keep up in the future. So what is NG911? In short, it's an IP-based system that allows information to flow seamlessly across the 911 system, from the public to first responders and beyond. It's much more than just new computers. NG911 is an evolving system of hardware, software, standards, policies, and training that will eventually lead to safer, faster, and more informed responses. It provides improved interoperability with first responders, sharing life-saving information instantly. It's the most efficient backup plan to make sure all calls are answered when there's a call overload, power outage, or a natural disaster. It's better services to the public and more ways to access help through 911, such as text, video, automatic crash notification, and more. And emergency responders say it will provide the most accurate information about the situation, allowing them to not only save lives, but to do their jobs more effectively. Saving lives, gaining efficiencies, adapting to the future. That's what NG911 does. NG911 is fundamentally about sharing information with others. That can only happen with a plan. Formal transition plans address governance and standards development.
So that's pretty much the slide there. Everything else talks about the states and how the United States is going to wind up transitioning into that. I'm just going to move to the,
Update exists.
I'm not going to move to the next slide here. There we go. So basically, they summarize what Next Generation 911 is. It's basically going from the old analog system into a digital system. And it allows us to do that, to do real-time texting. It provides information improvement in regards to efficiencies, allowing the police, fire, and ambulance to provide better services. It also allows video calling and media exchange right to 911 system. Here in Nelson, what we have is, why here in Nelson is the fact that it's going to be mandated by the CRTC. It's a mandated requirement. So we don't have a choice. They'll enhance the service delivery that we provide, and furthermore, it provides faster systems for us in response by allowing us to have voice, photos, videos, text messages, and it seems flow seamlessly towards us and everybody else, being fire and ambulance.
Raj,
Yes.
just in terms of, I can't remember, in your police presentation, did you talk about, Nelson having 911 and how we're,
I'm getting that
bit-
right now, Kevin.
oh, you're
Yeah,
gonna
so-
deal
Yeah, I'll
with
talk
it.
about
Okay.
what a primary point of public answering state, public.
I just
safety
meant more in terms of, most municipalities or fire departments, police departments have external providers, ECOM being the primary provider across the province. We're a bit unique in Nelson of having our own 911 system.
No, it's the very next line, next two slides.
Okay.
I'll talk about it.
I've got questions around that too.
Pardon me?
I got questions around the same topics when you get there.
Okay. NG911 also approved public safety answering service points, which is called a PSAP, Public Safety Answering Service Points. So this is mandated by the CRTC by March 4th, 2025. It's been an ongoing project nationally since 2018. Some departments that have already kind of got to the point where they're 99% ready to flip the switch. So as more services start getting to that point where they're gonna get closer to that due date, we're gonna start running into probably a bottleneck in regards to flipping across. So organizational community effect, Nelson Police Department is the only municipal department in BC that has its own dispatch center. So out of the 12 municipal police departments, we're the only one. The other 11 are tied into ECOM on the Lower Mainland. As a primary safety answering point, the Nelson Police Department provides dispatch services to local fire, ambulance, and police. So we're not relying on a centralized dispatch approach. We provide services to the citizens of Nelson. So if somebody calls in and asks, listen, I have an incident going on at the Orange Bridge, we know where that is. What happens in other municipalities is they'll call a centralized dispatch center and say, I have a problem at the Orange Bridge. The dispatcher won't know what they're referring to. I can talk about ECOM just quickly on a very broad scale. ECOM is centralized down the Lower Mainland. All the other departments use that for police, fire, and emergency, police, fire, and ambulance. What that is they pay in a bunch of fees, and they all kind of pool their money, and they wind up providing services through that agency. However, there's been a lot of discontent with the Association of Chiefs of Police. So for us, when we go to these meetings, it doesn't affect us. So all the 11 other chiefs are complaining. I'll give you an example. The Vancouver Police Department are estimating to drop 100,000 non-emergency calls through ECOM. So that means when people will call in and they'll be waiting on hold to find out that they can't wait any longer, they just hang up the phone. So that affects the calls for service, that affects the responses to incidences, and that also affects the reporting of crime. Just an topical kind of view of what happens. Somebody picks up the phone, they call 911. It comes to our dispatch center, which is a primary public safety answer point, a PSAP. Our Nelson dispatchers wind up picking the phone. They say, do you need police, fire, or ambulance? At that point, it goes to a secondary public safety answering point. Somebody might say they need fire. Our dispatchers will reroute that call to the fire department. Same thing if they need ambulance. If it's police, we'll dispatch our officers. Benefits of a Nelson Police Department dispatch. Dispatchers have extensive knowledge of the area and just spoke with the incident in regards to the Orange Bridge. Immediate response to emergency and non-emergency calls. I think Andrew can speak in regards to how much time we spend on calls as it relates to.
For speed of answer or
Yeah.
for actual, so our speed of answer is a provincial standard that's available publicly, and speed of answer is between 10 and 15 seconds. We're in the 98 to 99 percentile. Sorry, my mistake. We're in the 98 to 98 percentile for the speed of answer for the provincial standard, and they rate this on a monthly basis. So of the 3,000 so calls, we take them a year, if not more, in 911 only. We're still within the average. We're right up there with ECOM and everyone else.
Once again, it's cost-effective service. Other departments right now in the Lower Mainland are trying to look for their own dispatch centers, go back from away from the ECOM, and they can't afford that at this point. So they're basically prisoned by ECOM. Where we're fortunate on our end is that we have our own dispatch. It's very cost-effective. If we go to ECOM, which in my opinion, I think everybody will talk about, is not an option. They can't provide the service. We're gonna lose a lot of efficiency. And the last thing, I guess, actually with the NG91 implementation and design, we can make it designed to be expandable and have that expandable option where, regionally, if we wind up growing, we could wind up looking at other departments to say that we could provide services to other local areas.
Counselor Page.
This is a good spot, I guess. So you would have known, I think you were there for some of the beginnings, but at the RDCK, we adopted a contract for Fraser Regional District
I think.
Dispatch. They do fire dispatch for the rural fire halls under the NG 911 system, and they've signed a temporary contract to the end of 2023 with the anticipation of signing a longer term contract. Does this upgrade that we're doing and all you're talking about, can we and would we position ourselves to try and become the dispatch for the regional district? Is that anywhere in our scoping when those contracts come up?
So I think you just have to differentiate 911 from dispatch, because they're different things, right? So we just happen to do both at it's basically combined at police. They're both the 911 service and dispatch for police. We have dispatch for fire in fire. So you can have whoever your 911 provider, locally, either contract out dispatch, which is what you're hearing at the RD. So they don't have dispatch. They don't have 911 nor dispatch. So someone externally dispatches for them. And we did that in the past. I think Andrew recalls, I think New Denver, we provided 911 services way back.
Back in the day, we did do a 911 for New Denver at one point.
Yeah.
Wasn't ideal, and the volume wasn't huge either.
Yeah. So we are, as the chief mentioned, one of the things that we are, looking at in terms of 911 software is, do we have the capability of providing 911 service for others in the future, or maybe even having a common software that that more than one 911 service provider could have. So those are on our lens, but right now we are a bit unique. We need to do our own thing. So again, that's different from dispatch. You don't need to be a 911 service provider to provide dispatch. For example, Kamloops does a lot of dispatch for fire, and so Castlegar uses Kamloops for fire dispatch, and most municipalities our size have RCMP. So the police side isn't part of the municipal dispatch world. So again, we're a bit unique in what we provide, but again, it just you need to kind of separate dispatch, which is sending a policeman or a firefighter to an incident, and 911, which is taking that call, is it police, fire, or ambulance. So that's the front end is what we're talking about, and is that 911 service, if that makes sense.
Can I just jump in on that? Sorry, Councillor Page, great question. I think what it really kind of answers, the best way to answer this is that kind of like what Kevin said, is we're a primary service provider, a primary public service answering point. With fire, it would be like we pick up the phone, 911 comes in, then we reroute that call to fire, and then fire gets their own dispatch at that point.
Yeah,
So
that's clear. Yeah, I get that. We heard the differences in the service levels between ECOM and doing our own 911 service. I was wondering, to go with that, do we have a sense of the cost differentials? Like, how much does it cost us to maintain this separate system versus a contract out? Obviously a lot more.
I can speak to that either now or on the next slides.
Wherever you.
I think the dollar pieces come up, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, here's some examples, but yeah.
Just set me up.
Transition to that.
Just set me up.
Yeah.
And again, because
that was his slide, that's why I didn't want to speak to it.
yeah,
But you want to jump up here, Nate?
Yeah, sure, I can jump in, yeah.
I'll just say
Which one
as
of you guys wants to stay up too? But it's up to you.
the other thing, just to keep in mind is, again, we're a bit unique because
Yeah.
our dispatchers, they're the 911 operator, they're dispatch, and they provide, the front end desk work. They guard the prisoners. So we don't have dedicated 911 operators, and we don't have dedicated dispatch. In all those other systems, you're starting to separate those into individual components, right? We would still need dispatch or contract that out somewhere. Even if ECOM was our service provider, we'd still need dispatch at fire and police.
Yep. Okay.
And I don't know what, Andrew, what volume of non-emergency just calls coming to the Nelson Police Department that wouldn't go through 911
More than 80%. The actual one. So majority of our calls either come in through front counter, which is the desk call,
Andrew?
telephone.
So
Once again,
It's for the public, they can't hear you.
We need a hand.
The majority of our calls are 80% would be non-emergency calls, and they would come in through things like telephone, the front counter, on view by the members actually coming across the offense or the incident when it travels. And then 911 is a smaller amount. We take tens of thousands of phone calls through that building a year, if not 10,000 plus a month through that dispatch center. And the way that Kevin explained it and Councilor Page explained it, yes, it is true, that is how it does work. You have a 911 call comes in, it goes to the primary service answer point, and then it goes to the secondaries. So the RDCK right now is currently, their 911 goes to ECOM sends it to Kelowna to the RCMP for the police, they send it to Prince George for the fire, they send it to Kamloops for their EHS. And then they all have to do their own processes beyond that. But the majority of our calls are through the telephone, just through the non-emergency line. And then we get into the people that dial 911 for the strict emergencies for life and death. Answer your questions?
Yeah, no, it provides clarity.
Now, can jump on these slides to get into some numbers here. So, you know, kind of still talking about the e-com option. We, after repeated attempts to contact them, we were successful contacting a few members there to try to supply a rough cost estimate on what it would be to service Nelson if we were going to go that route. They could not provide a cost estimate. And then the last call that we had with them, they said that they don't have the capacity to take us on as a client. So that pretty much ends the conversation there on that being an option. But still, you know, digging and doing a bit of research to determine what the cost, you know, what our estimates of what the cost would be. We looked at other communities that do have e-com as a service provider. North Vancouver, obviously bigger than us, about 90,000 population. They pay about $440,000 a year, we anticipate in 2023. And that considers recent increases of, that e-com announced the other day of 29% increase in 2023. So that's included in that. Okay. Oak Bay, which is much closer to our size, I believe they're around 20,000 population. They're paying not much less. They'll be paying around 420,000 as an estimate for 2023 per year. And of course, there's a lot of cost uncertainty. I mentioned the 29% increase in cost from e-com for 2023. Who knows about future increases beyond that?
That is actually a piece of the RDCK's. It's Fraser Fort George.
yeah.
And the temporary contract is because the ECOM hasn't done a new contract with Fraser Fort George yet. So
Can
they
I
don't
just
know
speak
what
about the cost increases? Sorry, I totally cut you off.
Yeah, no worries. I interrupted.
Sorry, I apologize.
I did.
The cost increases for e-com the next 3 years, they just had a 20% increase for this year in September. That's why the Association Chiefs of Police were upset. 30% next year and another 30% the year after.
Whoa.
So I just need to ask this question because I've kind of heard this discussion come to the last council very briefly, and now, you know, the more times I hear it, probably by 2026 when I'm on the way out the door, I'll finally figure it out. But I'm having difficulty understanding this discussion actually about, I mean, I know what we do here. I've got that figured out. I want to know why we're having a discussion about an e-com option when the very first slide said that by March the 4th of 2025, we have to be on the next gen 911. Like to me, I'm having difficulty with, are we supposed to be contemplating when we're hearing that e-com doesn't work for a lot of service providers, that this is 2023 in like 20 days, and that we're gonna go to e-com for 2 years and then go to next gen 911 in 2 years time? Like we're gonna change like twice in 2 years? Or would we not stay doing what we're doing and start the transition and maybe be an early adopter of next gen 911 if that's where we need to land? I'm having a bit of difficulty here.
Okay. Maybe I can clarify there, Mayor. So E-com is just a centralized dispatch for 911. Next generation
Let's not call
911,
it dispatch, because that gets
Yeah.
confusing. It's a 911.
it's a 911
service
service provider.
Provider.
It's a primary, point, primary answering point. Next generation 911 is actually the flip. It's going from the analog system to a digital system. E-com provides that, or is gonna be providing that. So we all have to have that. Every dispatch center is gonna require to have that, next generation 911 tools. And that's gonna cause hardware, software, all that stuff to be upgraded in the dispatch center.
I think maybe so basically, when we knew we had to upgrade to next gen 911, the question we asked, does it still make sense for us to do 911 if we have to have this large expenditure to go to next gen 911? And are we going to see continual future, as technology continues to change and change and change, are we getting in this cycle that can we actually keep up with this over time? That was the question we asked ourselves, and really the only so we can continue to do this internally, or we said, what's the alternatives? And the only alternative right now is e-com. So that's why you're hearing e-com, because we our due diligence was is this a point in time that we should recognize that we cannot keep up with 911 and we need to find another service provider. So that's why you're hearing e-com. You'll see our recommendation is we believe we can continue to run our 911 service, and we believe the investment in going to NG 911 is a prudent investment, and it makes sense on a number of factors. And really all this is doing is showing the due diligence we took to make that determination that we should invest in our own versus looking for an alternative service provider. So sorry if that was confusing. That's really the this was just the due diligence part.
Yeah, we can skip to the next slide that speaks exactly to that point. These are the options that we considered. So yeah, e-com was never considered as a temporary stopgap. It's what we considered for that 2025 deadline and beyond. So these are the options we considered. Of course, e-com being the main one. Looking to partnerships. Is there any other community our size in the same boat as us that we could partner with? And as Chief mentioned before, we are unique. We are the only ones in this boat. Everybody else uses e-com. So there really isn't a partner that we could immediately partner with in our vicinity. So that leaves the final option of maintaining our own dispatch and 911 service. So your eyes are probably scrolling to the bottom right of the screen right now in terms of the cost. So we estimate at this point, we haven't done an RFP yet or anything, but we're estimating around $500,000 for the hardware and software upgrades necessary to be compliant with NG 911. We're looking to spread those costs over 2 years, the majority of them being this year likely in 2023, about $300,000 and possibly $200,000 the year after. These quotes are estimates at this point. We have received a rough estimate recently from one service provider who could supply the hardware and software for the phone answering system that's required. Their estimate came in at around $350,000. However, we know that there were some components missing out of that estimate. And then we did have a rough estimate from a company in Ontario early in 2021 that estimated around $400,000. So costs have obviously increased, so that's why we're at that $500,000 price point.
I'm gonna play the mayor card and I'm gonna go first.
Yeah.
So
Like olden times.
again, I'm looking at it, and eventually, like I say, you keep telling me, and I'm gonna get it eventually. So we've had these comparative slides. I think I'm sort of getting the difference between e-com and dispatch and whatever. So I see this maintain Nelson Police Department dispatch. Are we then still going to be getting the calls into the police department and then farming them out to ambulance and fire? Or are we only just dispatching now the police department, given that we're on the next gen 911?
So
We'd still function as, if I get this right, we would still function in Nelson as if we were ECOM.
yes, yeah, so nothing.
Do I have it?
Yeah, you have it. So nothing changes from the way that we dispatch. The only thing that changes is the hardware and software on the back end to facilitate this next gen 911 requirement.
Okay.
It's, yeah.
So I think we should, in these slides, we should clarify that because our police dispatchers also are the 911 operators, for a lack of a better word. They do this dual role, but really on top of NPD dispatch is actually NPD 911 operators. Then they hand it off. If it's police, they hand it off to themselves to dispatch our police. If it's not police, they hand it off to dispatch at fire to dispatch fire. And if it's emergency health services, then it's dispatched to their central call to dispatch. So that's the confusing thing, is because we have this combined position. Our dispatchers are our 911 operators, where in the e-com world, they would only be 911 operators. They do not dispatch anybody. They do not dispatch fire. They do not dispatch police. They do not dispatch ambulance. All they do is route a call to those three people. E-com is never a dispatcher.
So Councillor Woodward and then Councillor Tate.
My question is budget implications. Do we have the budget for these costs, or are they gonna have to come from somewhere else?
Did we initially budget for it? No, we were, I think we had a 911 reserve for equipment replacement, which was significantly smaller than what, moving to this new system. Chris will, I'm not sure, this is part of the capital plan, I guess ultimately, so where we plan to fund this will come up as part of that discussion. All those capital, as you know, all our capital planning, we see a wide range of projects we can fund, and we prioritize and bring forward those that, we think are at the high priority. Obviously, this one is a requirement. This isn't a discretionary one. Replacing parks equipment is a bit discretionary, or making some upgrades in a park might be different. This is no different than when we need a new fire truck or a new police vehicle, or have to upgrade, the equipment that, our emergency services provide. So you'll see this one as a high priority. I don't know, Chris, if you have a sense of where you're thinking of funding this through at this stage, but it will be, like I said, ultimately part of that capital project or capital plan that we prioritize of here's our high priority ones, and here's some discretionary ones.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add to that. It's exactly it. All these presentations you're seeing are sort of the why, and why it's important, and why this is part of our work plan. That'll all come together. We'll kind of look at that capital plan, and that's where the tough decisions will be. Like we're saying, this is something that has a hard deadline that we need to do. There might be some other things where we say, especially when we look at vehicles and equipment, like, hey, maybe we can get a couple more years out of this. Let's try and push that down the road. So that's where the trade-offs and things come. So we'll put that all together and look at different funding sources and kind of see. But yeah, that's the tougher part. This is more just explaining. So when we see them again in the plan, it's not the first time you're hearing about Next Gen 911. It's you kind of know the background and why it's important.
Thank you.
I have Councillor Tate followed by Councillor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. Given that the CRTC has mandated this, is there any funding available from them? And partnered with that, since we're the only community in BC that kind of has this point of contact 911 operator role, are there other smaller municipalities countrywide that we could partner up with to get like a discounted implementation from whoever you're getting your estimates from? First part is, does the CRTC have funding for their mandate?
To my understanding, no.
Nice,
Yeah.
good.
CRTC is a regulator.
Regulatory body.
It would be the federal government that you would be looking at. Yeah.
There was something that went to UBCM, I think, right? This August that was You know, there was on landlines a fee that
Yeah.
folks would
Yeah.
pay
Yeah.
for 911. Now that, I don't know what percentage of 911 calls are coming through cellular, it's probably 70% or more. So, yeah, more apparently. So, you know, should there be a fee on cell phones to help fund that? So
And I'd
if there was-
imagine that we'll continue that lobby at UBCM to have that move forward. I mean, because that's a concern everywhere, because, I mean, we do a lot, but every other community is faced with these costs of trying to bring their service in line with the new service. So obviously that stays top of mind, that we are continuing at UBCM to advocate for perhaps, and that was just, it was like pennies on your landline, but when you've got 4 million, well, say 2 million adults that have a cell phone in British Columbia, that's a few pennies, that makes a lot of money to help offset the cost.
The second part of my question was, are there other municipalities Canada-wide, since this is a Canada-wide mandate, to help partner up for these companies that will help implement the NG 911?
Yeah, there could be a possibility there. I mean, we have been in touch with Owen Sound in Ontario to get some more information and in regards to how they did their implementation. We've been in touch with the community in Alberta to ask about their implementation, their RFP process. So we have been reaching out to other communities to get more information on the project. One thing that we're contemplating right now is going with an RFI, so a request for information out in before we do an RFP. We haven't decided if we're going to request for a proposal. We haven't decided which one we're going to execute yet, but that if we do the request for information, that might help in that regard. Yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Page.
Great minds think alike. So my conversation was definitely along, because we'd obviously talked about this at UBCM at some point, about the landline component. And I'm wondering, because the CRTC is a regulatory body, if we want to look at what it would take to file a request for decision or a request for review of that specific piece, because I believe the 911 fee and how it's distributed would come from a CRTC.
I thought it was a provincial, I think it's provincial, not federal.
It's prevention too.
Yeah. It's the province that can allow that to be put on cell phones. And for whatever reason, Vancouver is against this. For some reason, I'm not quite sure what the logic is in that. It just makes sense that, you know, basically on the landline, it was whatever,
Yeah.
50 cents or $1 a month on your TELUS bill or whoever your provider was. Why they can't do the same thing for cell phones makes no sense to me.
They can.
I'm not
It's-
sure.
I guess the challenge here, of course, and I think we're all identifying it, the fact that it's coming from local government budgets to
Yeah.
pay for the implementation of 911 services is just not a strong or appropriate fit
No.
when it's all about the telecommunication devices we all subscribe to already.
It's very likely that it's because it's a regressive tax to put it onto cell phone bills. If at least it's moderately progressive if you put it onto property tax or income tax. But if it's on the cell phone bill, then even the person who can barely afford their phone would pay the same price as the person who's wealthy, and yeah, it's essentially regressive if you put it on the cell phone bill.
So
Nevertheless, I'm still for it.
I guess the second part of it then is, if it's not the CRTC, I think we should kind of jump past UBCM because we hold this unique role and position of being the only local dispatcher, and send a letter of some sort to the appropriate minister who would have control of this file and say, this needs to be fixed. We need a sustainable funding model for these, and they should not come out of the city of Nelson's pockets in this way, but rather the ratepayers of the telephone services.
Yeah, and in the Zoom world, we don't actually have to go to Victoria anymore to have meetings with ministers, and I think that is something we should probably do more now, that we have these other alternatives to have those conversations with individual ministers than in this new world. Because before, you physically had to go to Victoria and make appointments and meet with these ministers, but that's not the case anymore, and certainly over the pandemic, their access to local government has, made those, open those doors. And
With the new cabinet, we might have a new minister. Can I make a motion to that effect? So we send a letter?
Yeah, if you want to, I think
Do we
staff
need
has
to?
heard the request, I mean, and I think that's exactly where we have to go, is that we have to figure out, might be more than one letter.
Yep.
Like, we have to figure out where the letter is going to, because it might not just be like the AG and public safety, it might be somewhere else. But,
Hey, if we don't need to, if we've heard that and we can draft something, I think we need to reach out.
yeah,
And
I think
ask.
that we can figure out who, and
Okay.
maybe it's multiple letters, and then, of course, city, council will see those before they're sent, so.
Sounds good.
As the deputy chief stated, it's not like those other communities aren't paying for this. They're just paying it through e-com. So they have the same vested interest of recovering, those fees, et cetera, that we do. So they're, we should be able to build a bunch of allies that have the same interests. But taking that lead and pushing that, no one's had success so far, and I think we need to do a little bit of research. I'm not sure what the response from the province has been in terms of why they don't see this going on cell phones. They chose to put it on a landline, which, back in the day, that's all you had as well as a communication device. We pay substantially more for our cell phones these days than we ever did for a landline, and I presume probably, people that can't afford a cell phone probably have landlines, like they did back in the day.
Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Lockwood.
I just challenge us to think about the logic of this before putting a letter. It's going to make a stronger case, but it seems to me the logic is that local governments already are squeezed in budgets, but principally we pay for the police budget. This is kind of an extension of the police and fire budget. It is regressive if you put it onto a phone bill, and you're saying that the emergency services are for the people who, the benefit is being delivered to the people who call 911. It's not in any way necessarily the case. The benefit is to society as a whole. So where does the burden fall? The burden probably should fall in the same way as income tax on people who could afford it. So I would argue that the case should be that the province should assume this as, I'm not sure what the principle would be other than it should be progressive as opposed to regressive, and that putting it onto property taxes is kind of regressive, sort of.
We probably don't have to get into the how.
You
We
probably
just need.
should, though, if you wanted to have an argument that's, otherwise they're going to dismiss it out of hand because nobody wants this to fall into their budget. So have a strong case. What's the principle? And to me, the principle is not clear, except maybe that.
Well, it's a provincial-wide service that is supposed to be available to every British Columbian or visitor or whatever when they're in our province, and
Including visitor, maybe, yeah.
right? And that's generally who gets those revenues from visitors, from citizens, from all
companies.
those things. It's the provincial government that receives all that, whether it's taxing a business or taxing an individual. We certainly don't get those revenues. I think, as the chief said before, in the summer we have 30, 40,000 people in our community. The 10,000 are paying for those other 30,000. We don't collect the taxes for those other 30,000. It's really the provincial and federal governments that do.
Did too, yeah. Yeah, that's good.
The last slide, before we wrap up, is just a timelines on how to execute. Mary had mentioned, being an early adopter. We're beyond the point of being an early adopter, unfortunately. Although 2025 seems like a ways away for this project of size and scope. We're running into pretty tight timelines with this. So we see this going. We're at budget kind of time right now. We see we'd like to put out an RFP as soon as possible. Really early January. Late December likely won't happen, but early January if possible. And then award, say mid-2023. Implementation will take a year. From the research that we've done on other communities doing this, that's how long they've put out on their timelines for implementation as well. And then, of course, there's training at the end, and then rollout in March 2025. So time is of the essence for this as well.
Any further questions?
The only other one I want to point out is our dispatchers serve a broad range of services. For example, fire dispatches for Nelson Hydro in off hours. They do our working alone monitoring. So even when we've looked at, does it make sense to, contract out dispatch for fire so those folks can be out on the scene? We do a lot more with dispatch here in Nelson than again, most municipalities do. They don't have a Nelson Hydro. They don't have a, the working, I don't know what they do for working alone. All those other things that our dispatchers are doing complicates it and just creates that efficiency as Andrew pointed out. Andrew's going to be there one way or the other, whether he's doing 911 or not. It's not like we can't have, that front end staff. So we've used our staff across the organization very efficiently, especially that dispatch staff. They're multi-purpose, that's for sure.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for coming and explaining. I'm pretty sure that only 2 or 3 more times and I'll have it, I'll have it down. Obviously, this is a pressing budgetary item, so it's always good, as our CFO said, that we need to hear these things and then we'll see what it looks like when we get into the budgetary numbers going forward as to how we pay for these services. So if I could say thank you again, and if I could ask for recess for lunch, moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Payne. All those in favor of recess for lunch? Well, 2 people want to eat at least. Oh, okay, thank you, everybody.
Touch this. This is gonna disappear. Oh, hold and drag? That's what I mean, just stuff like that is minutely different, but enough to go, oh, am I doing this right? Or is it broken?
I wasn't watching any of it.
Are we watching it somewhere?
Okay.
So,
Hello. We're going to start the meeting again. My name is Jesse Woodward. I'm sitting in for Mayor Morrison, who's busy on another meeting. I am the acting mayor for December, January. So I'll need a motion to reconvene. Councillor Tate, Councillor Page. And with that, we are going to start with youth and community programs. We have Jordan Martin and Terry Wilkinson sitting in the hot seat.
Jesse.
Yeah, they'll talk about the youth and community programs, and Jordan is actually, I guess maybe you want to describe, you're moving from one role to another, and Terry Wilkinson's taking over. So, off to the races then.
Okay. So, good afternoon, Acting Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here today. So, I am really excited to be here today because it's really special. This is my last meeting as the manager of youth and community programs, and I'm also honored to introduce you guys all to the new manager, Terry Wilkinson, sitting here beside me. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jordan Martin, and I have been the manager of the department for the past 5 years. I started working with the city in 2017 as an employment counselor, so I've been with the city for about 6 years now. And today, we are going to walk you through our department's work since 2018 and show you how we have supported council's direction and our future plans into the new year. Okay, here we go. Oh. Okay, so this is the current team for the Youth and Community Programs Department. And as you can see there, the manager of Youth and Community Programs is now Terry Wilkinson. We have a Nelson Youth Action Network coordinator, Jocelyn Cayley, and the Youth Center lead hand, Luke Mason, who supports the Youth Center support workers down below. So he guides them and directs them and develops their skill sets. And then we have the Farmers Market coordinator, Quinn Cameron, who most of you know and have seen around. And in the future, soon, we're going to be hiring a campground attendant, well, you will be, in and around March to start for April while we kick off the campground season. And so there's a little picture of all of our beautiful staff, and Terry's in the middle in there because it will be her team. Okay, so now I'm going to describe the bylaws, policies, and guiding documents that guide our work. And so the Youth and Communities Programs is a social enterprise with a focus on youth employment. Our department is focused on achieving high-quality city services to ensure that our citizens are proud of our governance and direction. We have achieved success in supporting all 4 pillars laid out in the vision over the past years, and we will continue to do so as we move forward with a new vision. So we serve the community through recreational, social, and cultural programs that engage, connect residents, and enhance the quality of life, all of which align with the overarching pillars of the path to sustainability in the municipal vision laid out from 2018 to 2022. So in that time, we have successfully supported the enhancement of city services through increased recreational and cultural participation rates, with the youth center programs, farmers market programs, and running the operations of the city campground. Our department helps strengthen neighborhoods by improving our citizens' quality of life and engaging programs such as day camps, farmers market and events, and out-of-school programs and youth engagement. Through the trickle-down of the campground visitors, small business creation and support with the farmers market and festivals, and through offering flexible and affordable childcare options for families, we support the enhancement of economic growth, local jobs, and local prosperity. And then finally, we achieve excellence in city governance by improving our customer service and commitment for continuous improvement. We have successfully developed positive partnerships, working relationships with community and stakeholders. And finally, we have successfully gained the trust and confidence of our citizens through continual feedback, engaging conversations, and transparency. So the next guiding document is Nelson Next, and the Nelson Next has outlined 7 aspirations that allow us to plan programs to support the umbrella policy for the strategic climate action here in Nelson. The farmers market does this by allowing for direct producer and consumer interaction, cutting the middleman out and streamlining the process. It allows our citizens to shop local and reduce climate change impacts through providing support to a regenerative, viable, and resilient regional food system. And the campground is conveniently located in the heart of the city along the active transportation route, which allows for visitors to explore the city in a non-GHG producing, environmentally friendly way. And of course, our parkade is home to the Nelson Bike Locker, which is free for cyclists, which helps encourage and remove the barriers for people in the community to using alternative modes of transportation. Sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied. And then, of course, the bylaws that guide our work are the Fees and Charges Bylaw, number 3092 in 2008, and the Council Procedure Bylaw, and the Campground Policies, which isn't mentioned here, but I thought I'd point that out. Okay. So I'm going to briefly touch base on the significant work that we've completed over the past 4 years. With the Youth Center, we have supported over 1,000 families since 2020 in our out-of-school programming. Our out-of-school programming has significantly increased over the past few years, and we've been able to provide affordable and flexible childcare for families, allowing parents to feel, comfortable knowing that there's a place for their children to go in times of when they have to drop everything to go to work or they need to run errands, things like that.
Councillor Payne?
When you say all ages, Jordan, what age range are you talking about? And additional programming for all
Oh,
ages?
yep. So I was just touching base on that. So no, it's all good.
But the daycare, I guess, when you talk about daycare, what, you're talking about school-age children?
Yeah, so
Right.
6 to 12.
I want to verify,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. So also throughout the years, we actually have been able to provide additional programming for all ages, which encourages intergenerational programming. With that, we've been able to open the hours of the center for daytime hours for family programming and, sorry, I'm just trying to think of homeschoolers. So we are the active area for those people who have found alternative educational platforms for their children. And they come and they utilize the center and they have fun. It's their recreation. And so we were also introduced to the Nelson Makerspace. We brought that into the building in 2018, I want to say. And we were successfully able to get a grant in 2019. And it was for $22,000, and that was to get new tech items into the space. And I just finished the grant yesterday. I put the submit button, so I'm really proud to say that that grant is finally done. And we have a whole host of digitization. So we got robotics, coding, digital arts, all the things that anyone with a background in tech or who's interested can go into the space and tinker and play with. So it does create another component of the youth center and not just the skateboarding.
Counselor Payne?
So when you talk about makerspace, are you generally talking about digital skills?
No, digital, there is, so there is a little woodworking area in there, and it comes with soldering materials. There's a sewing machine. We now just got a Cricut machine, which allows people to make stickers and stuff to press down on clothes. So it's a whole host.
And is that available, like, I know it's called the youth center, is it available to youth or other wider when you talk about family programming? Is that something that's available? I know I've seen a few different things, but is that makerspace available to other groups or families as well?
Yep. So in a perfect world, we would be able to open up the space every day for our drop-in hours, which is 6 to 9. Right now, we actually have collaborated with CAST, and they provide after-school programming in the space. And they're adding an additional day. It's going to be Wednesdays and Thursdays. And every Monday, we're slowly opening the space because of COVID. We had to shut everything down just with all the touch points. But soon, we're hoping to open it every day that we're open for drop-in. So it would include all ages. So anyone of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities.
I've always wanted to solder something. This could be my chance.
I actually wanted to get my parents' cutting board and then just solder something fun into it. And you can do that there.
Very excited about it.
And of course, as we all know, we were successful in the Columbia Basin Trust Plays funding, which supported the new All Wheels Park. So what this park does is it allows for a multi-sport facility. It enhances our citizens' physical literacy, and really it's a social connection. It allows people of all ages, all backgrounds to utilize a space with the basketball court, the bouldering wall, the band room, the art room. So we are a multi-sport and activity facility. And also over the past 5 years, we have been able to rebrand every area with logos and color schemes, which has really helped to identify each, like the parkade, the campground, and the market. It's all good. I mean,
I'm new.
yeah,
You know I'm new, right?
absolutely.
So accessibility, how
Yep.
is that plan?
So like into the building?
Into, when you're talking about, I just flipped by, you know, an all-wheels park. I do understand that the wheels are not necessarily a wheelchair, but how are there adaptations made for people without full mobility to join in the rock climbing and anything like that?
There
Are you
hasn't
there yet?
been yet. I mean, that would be something that we definitely could work on, but someone in a wheelchair could come in and go on to the skate park ramps, the lower ones, and I mean, unless they're an extreme sport, which I think they could do, but yeah, we haven't quite figured it out for the bouldering wall yet. We're actually not done the bouldering cove. We only have 2 sides of it completed, so.
I just think it's a great
Yeah.
opportunity now when you're making some of these changes to keep that lens wide open to have that opportunity for all.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the final point there is over the past 5 years, we've been awarded $465,000 of grant funding, which supports employment and the facility upgrades. And next, I'm going to talk about the farmers market. So we started the operations in the farmers market during the height of the pandemic, and we were able to run those during the pandemic. And since then, we have given out over $140,000 in farmers market coupons. This just really it really showcases the fact that, you know, in a time of crisis, the farmers market has provided our community with a robust food system that, you know, we have provided to our community, and people were grateful for that. And so we were able to do that at a time of need and crisis.
Jordan, could you just flesh out the coupon program a little bit for the
Yep.
public?
Yeah, so the coupon program, we apply for every year, and we work with our community stakeholders and community partners. So people who are pregnant, elderly, families can apply to community groups for the coupon program, and every week they're given, I think it was $25, a full page of coupons, and those coupons are essentially money that they can bring to the farmer's market and then give it to the farmer for vegetables, fruit and nuts, and meat products. And then in turn, they get their
And then
products.
the farmers get paid out.
Yeah, we then pay the farmers back with the money for that, which the government then supports the program through our city programs.
So it's a government program? I
Yep.
thought it was the CBT, not the CBT then.
The CBT actually provides additional funds to the ministry to hand out to our community partners.
Just as a supplemental, it's a multi-million dollar province-wide program that runs from the BC Association of Farmers Markets. And they look after, I think it was 150 markets.
Yeah,
So this program is quite large,
yeah,
multi-million dollars, and it actually is, it helps people who might be struggling or low income, but it also helps local farmers. So it kind of gets both of those really well.
yeah. And this year, Quinn gave out $60,000 in farmers market coupons. So with the additional funds from the CBT, we were able to provide that much more to the community. So it was really successful.
And Jordan, do you track how many are redeemed?
Yep.
So is it 90%, 100%?
I would say, well, we're still getting them, which is quite interesting. Yeah, we've had some farmers who dropped some off last week. So we collect them throughout the year, just if
They carry over into the next year?
they do not.
Till the end of December?
Yeah, yeah,
They do carry over from week to week.
yeah.
Right.
So if someone can't afford, honey was a big product this past summer, they can collect and save those and then be able to purchase.
Yeah.
So there is a great deal of flexibility within the program.
Cool, thanks.
No, it's all good.
I have one more question before we move on from the
Okay,
farmer's market.
Councillor
Is that
Payne.
okay? I noticed this year as a regular market goer, I go Wednesday, primarily Wednesday, because that's more convenient for me than walking down to Cottonwood, that there seem to be less farmers than I previously noticed. So is that just anecdotal for me? It's not numbers that you've seen?
As opposed to the Wednesday being down at Cottonwood?
No,
from
as opposed
just
to
previous?
pre-COVID.
Yeah. I'm not too sure. And I know COVID has come in and just kind of created this whole host of challenges for us. But I do know that a couple of farmers had some life things happen which didn't allow them to attend the Wednesday market, so they attended the Saturday instead. Yeah.
So do you track that?
Yeah, we do.
How many farmers you have, and is there a program in place to go further afield to get newer farmers on in, or you just really take whoever comes?
Well, yeah, we do. And the farmers get first precedence over anyone who applies into the market. So it all depends on who has, I guess, the crops and the ability to attend the markets every week. So, Yeah.
And such a challenging year this year. I mean, I was down at the Garden Fest component of the market, and it was just sad for the farmers because they were bringing in little starts like this, where
Yeah.
normally they would have had these huge, beautiful things to get started. So that's got to be challenging from a farmer grower
Yeah,
perspective.
absolutely. And the weather that day really didn't help.
Wear your parka. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. And so, of course, during our work from 2018 to 2022, we incorporated the parkade into our operations, and we have been able to successfully run the parkade for the past few years. Yep. Nelson Youth Action Network. Yep. So in 2017, CBT has every 3 years, and every year they give us $55,000 for the Nelson Youth Action Network program. And what that program does is it provides programming for youth ages 12 to 18. So there is a coordinator, and the catchment is from Blewett to Balfour, and the mandate is that the youth actually have a say in their programs. So the coordinator will approach the youth with a survey to figure out what programs they want to see within the community and that they'll participate in. It's a fantastic program, and right now that is, can I move this? That is Jocelyn Cayley. So she is there in the bottom left-hand corner, and that's our Nelson Youth Action Network program coordinator. And right now she is working on a weekly homework club and a weekly art club, and they did some wreath making last week, and she's doing a Christmas series right now. So she's just new to the role, but she's getting her feet wet, and she actually spoke at the recent youth conference in Vancouver about Nyan. So we're actually getting recognized provincially, so it's been fantastic. And that's it for the significant work completed. All right. Yep.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Day 5. So thanks for having me. I've had the honor to work alongside Jordan for this past week, and I have gained a foundation of knowledge of the success that these diverse programs have achieved historically. And I'm nothing but excited to be able to have the opportunity to expand and grow and find some future success as well. Within the youth center, inclusivity is really important to me, and this sensory hang zone idea really resonates within me. I think the timing for this initiative is brilliant, and I think that it has the opportunity to make a huge impact on local families with children with diverse needs. New surfacing of the floor throughout the center, I think that would go a long way to that first wow factor could be exponentially improved, although the wow factor for someone first entering the facility is pretty remarkable. That happened to me just recently. And additional programming. Oh, sorry, I wanted to touch about the kitchen. I love the idea of kids working with food in the kitchen. It fosters so many important life skills, and I think with some kitchen upgrades, we could really inherently expand programming in a big way. And just continuing with the excellent programming Jordan and her team has historically achieved with the summer camps throughout Nelson, being highly visible. The park, oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I just want to touch base on the kitchen. We were able to have some funding come in through SIP for some kitchen upgrades, which we do have to go back to community initiative.
Yeah.
Community
I'm
initiative.
just the
Oh my
holder
gosh,
of the
I love
acronyms.
that. Can I have one? No, I'm kidding.
It's the community initiatives program through.
Yeah, we're trying to make sure that everybody out there understands what we're talking about.
Right. Thanks. And so we're hoping to move this funding into this year and make those kitchen upgrades to support enhanced programming that Terry will be doing with her team.
Thanks. Moving on to the parkade, the new signage I think is a great idea. I think illuminating a sign for higher visibility from the street would really allow visitors to understand that we do have parking available within our city, and potential new payment methods to just streamline and make the whole process of payment more efficient. The farmers market It's hugely successful in the summer. We also have tourists come visit our beautiful city in other months, including winter. I think to expand and have that year-round is a brilliant idea that I'm very excited about. And our night market was wonderful. I hope everyone attended. And to add to that and have additional night markets, I think, is the way forward.
So I'll touch base on this. So in consultation, can you guys hear me? In consultation with community feedback and working with the Farmers Market Advisory Committee, it was noted that the second night market, like we've done in the past, would be really well received by the community and provide that much more benefits and services. So we will be hosting another one at the end of August. And then, of course, we're going to continue on with the harvest market. So in the past, I believe there was just the garden starter and then 2 night markets. And then now going forward, there's going to be 4 specialty markets added to the mix. So lots of fun community connection. Sorry?
They'd always been in the past on like the last Friday of the
Yeah.
month, so everyone always knew to.
And that's what we're going to continue doing. But the harvest market this year was such a success that we want to continue it every year. So it was a beautiful day, and the community coming out that day was just spectacular. So, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. No, it's all good. Okay. So we are currently looking into the future now to have an online booking platform to improve campground operations, to make it accessible for visitors to book themselves. In the past, we have seen multiple calls coming in, and at times it really does provide a little bit of a stress on the staff because amongst their role, like cleaning and the grounds maintenance, I think it would be beneficial to allow them to have the visitors book online. And then that way we can also find a platform that will be able to help us track for statistics, which would be great. And then, of course, we're going to keep enhancing the landscaping projects. So the beauty of the grounds, more gardens. This year we had about 4 plots of planters that were all edible food. And the visitors could pick the food and utilize it, and it was great. So.
Great. Love it.
So I just want to I'm going to end this, and I just wanted to say, I've had the opportunity to work with quite a few of you over the past 5 years, and I just want to say thank you so much. Your support has been amazing, and I'm really excited to pass the torch along to Terry. I think she's going to do a really good job, and I'm excited to see where this department's going to go in the future. So thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Do you
Thank
have
you,
any
Terry.
questions?
Councillor Oxford?
Well, Terry, I was excited to hear that you got the job. It's, I guess, a loss for the Women's Center, but it's definitely a gain for us, so welcome. Jordan, thank you for all the work you've done over the years. It's been excellent, and I think you've laid a solid foundation for Terry to build on, so thank you for that. Terry, one of the, or maybe Jordan, the question I had was about the parkade and utilization of the bike parking and what might be the plans for, increasing that utilization or expanding it if we're full.
Well, I'm not too sure about the expansion, but it's definitely, there is space there. But utilizing it, I had the idea of potentially, I think what would be great is to show people. So right now on the walls, there's these long posts. But what many people don't know is how to put their bike up onto the post. So I was thinking of a video out to the public to show them the use of attaching their bike to that. Because then what that would do is allow for more bicycles in the space. Because right now we're at about 45 people who have a bike fob. It could be utilized a lot more,
Okay.
I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so part of the signage maybe that we're talking about,
Yeah.
you could highlight
Absolutely.
the bike parking?
Yep.
Right. Cool, thanks.
And who to contact to apply for a fob, things like that.
Right. Okay.
I also thought about potentially a way to make additional revenue and to allow people to see what services there are in Nelson, so hotels, restaurants, would be to have additional advertising throughout the parkade, because a lot of the year is visitors, and it would just be good advertising for them.
Councillor Payne?
I'm sure this has come up a few times, and maybe I've missed the outcome, but what's the barrier to operating the campground year-round?
There's just not the winter facilities to operate
Yeah.
year-round.
So the barrier is funding to winterize the services? Is that?
Yeah, you'd have to winterize the services. I don't know if there's a winter demand, but
No, Whitewater has approached me and Baldface in the past, but our pipes would, like, they're freezing right now. It just wouldn't be able to support that, and
Yeah, so that's the barrier then, is basically that it's not winterized. So is that anything that would be considered to look at how much that? Have we ever considered how much it would be to?
not in my
I
time.
think Public Works did.
Yeah.
Did they do
There was some sort of ballpark
Okay,
last year maybe, or the year before. I thought somewhere around 140,000 is stuck in my head.
Remember the number? I don't know if you do, Chris. But we can find that number.
and I just have no idea how much the campground makes, so I don't know if that is a viable, we haven't gotten that far yet. in the-
Business case.
Yeah, if
or
there's a
we-
business case for that.
Yeah, that's something you could talk about at priorities. I think
Okay.
that's something you want us to pursue.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Good question.
I have one question. I know a year or two back, we talked about trying to streamline the parkade when people are parking and when they weren't. Because there were people who had season passes basically to the parkade and who weren't using the spots, and parking is always a challenge. Has there been any change on that, or what's the utilization of the parking garage these days?
Yeah, so currently we're at, I would say, 38-person wait list. You know, I will say that the wait list has moved a lot more than I've seen in previous years. But we did explore those options to have the arm come into the parkade, but then COVID came and there was nobody parking in the parkade.
Right.
So we had to go back to regular operations, and that could be something that we could explore into the future. But right now, I would say the parkade is quite full. You know, having the Hume with the restaurant in their parking lot really provides that additional daily parking into the parkade, even in the summer when
Right.
we would, in the past, see parking reduced. We actually haven't, so it increases now. So year-round, the parkade is full.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? All right. Oh, Councillor Page.
Along the lines of kind of investments into expanding capacity in the future, it's often brought up when dealing with the parking situation, the visioning of another parkade in some element of the town. Do we ever look at the, now that we're reaching full utilization, do we look at the fees and schedule, or are we able to start to think about how we build capacity, financial capacity to take on a project like that? Should we want to at some point, if we're at a full subscription?
I don't think you're ever gonna do it through fees at the current parkade. Those are, get there. At 60,000 a spot for parkade. Might be quite a bit more now with prices. You know, I think it's not a business case. They're not revenue generators. This one is now because it was built 40, 50 years ago or whatever. So it's really, you know, Development Services did the parking strategy. That was meant to be the way to manage parking in our town. If you're thinking from a revenue generation thing, they do not. They don't return. They're really more to, you know, to be able to accommodate residents and visitors and you know, support the business community. So that's traditionally how they've been looked at. But where, you know, your policy right now is the parking strategy, and certainly they looked at a parking allocate, but felt it wasn't the right move at this stage.
Okay, thanks.
Counselor Payne?
Just one more, Jesse. While we're here, one other niggling question for me. I know that it's been looked at. Earlier today, we were talking about more housing for youth and women, and the youth center building up has been looked at. But I just want to clarify, my understanding is there's geotechnical,
Yeah, they're supposed to.
you can't do it basically, is what you're saying.
Kind of into like,
Yeah.
Okay, and so really the only way to do that would be to get rid of that building and start again, which again is way out of our realm right now. Okay, thanks.
well, we've had conversations with BC Housing.
Oh, okay.
That is a potential site, and we partner with them on that site, so, we wouldn't do it ourselves, but maybe in a partnership with the BC Housing.
Okay,
Well, CBT's looking for investment opportunities.
is that an investment, youth
Not sure
housing?
what the return on their use
Yeah.
is, but
Yeah,
it's really a service.
yeah.
I think we need a sort of
BC
BC
Housing.
Housing, CBT
Okay.
coming in as a partner, would definitely be part of that.
They just, yeah. That was just the message, obviously, from our presentation at the RD yesterday,
Okay,
was as long as they're interested, as long as there's a return
return.
on investment for them when they come in on those projects.
So that's their investment end of their
Yeah,
business, yeah.
which, yeah, you know.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Well, Jordan and Terry, thank you very much. Jordan, good luck in your new position, and Terry, good luck in your new position. And we look forward to seeing you in this chamber fairly regularly. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Moving on, I think we're bringing back CFO Chris Jury, and the title of this agenda piece is Starting Point. And,
Well, yeah, sorry, I think we might have to circle back, because I let all our special guests go first, so unfortunately, all my stuff's at the end.
okay.
And I know I promised you, Acting Mayor Woodward, that I'd make today fun, but having all the finance stuff at the end is probably not what you had in mind.
Well, we work with what we get. So are we going to?
So I thought, yeah, maybe I'll do the third quarter.
The third quarter, all right. So we have CFO Chris Jury about to present on the
gonna throw this
third
one up.
quarter of city finances, so.
Okay. I was trying something a little bit different. That's fun, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm having a good time.
Good times.
Fun part?
Hey,
Graphs.
I'm grasping at straws here. Yeah, I just thought, for a presentation point of view, but also internally, Amy and I found this quite useful for sort of spotting those areas where we kind of go, huh?
Come out here.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know if I mentioned before how instrumental Amy Mooney's been in all of these presentations. Just everybody feeds her their stuff, and she's done a really nice job of kind of helping us bring it all together and make sure that we're all on the same page and that everything fits and aligns, and getting missing pieces of information, and
What
kind of
is,
being the quarterback for all the
what is Amy's title?
deputy chief financial officer, deputy
Thank you.
CFO.
Welcome.
So we'll start with the revenue side. Maybe before we do this, maybe before I bring this piece up, I should. How about I do this first? I want to just show.
This is the fun part.
I just want to show this because this is the format that you'll see quite often in our financial statements and in our quarterly statements. Didn't blow up very well, but
I love it.
what we have when we do the quarterly, what we have on the very left column is our year-to-date results to the end of September 30th, 2022. And when we get to the end of the year, it's of course to December, or when we do our June report, it's to the end of June. And the next column over is our full budget for the whole year. And so we kind of look at, okay, where are we at the halfway point in the year? For a lot of them, you'd sort of expect to be at that 50% range. Things don't always move that smoothly throughout the year. You got some things that are very seasonal, parks,
snow clearing, like they don't happen, the same amount each month. So, and then in the next section over, you have your year-to-date for the same period 1 year ago. So you have your September 30th, 2021, the 2021 budget, and how much balance was remaining. So it's useful in sort of comparing two things. One, where are we at versus budget, and then also where are we at versus 1 year ago, if that makes sense. We've got our revenues and then our expenses. So I'm just going to flip back to this one again.
I just have a really
Yeah.
quick,
Sure.
Counselor
Oh, sorry.
Tate?
through the acting mayor, thank you. What I would consider an easy question for a new person, what is the fiscal year end? Like we're at third, so.
Yeah, December 31st.
Okay, so
Yep.
good.
Just same as a calendar year. And normally I would, it takes us a month to cut the, payroll, to get sort of a lot of our accounts payable in and things like that. But normally I'd want to do this, the September one, kind of do it beginning of November. The June one, you're kind of doing beginning of August. This one's a little bit delayed. We had a new council come in and that sort of thing. So probably a little bit later than we would normally want to do this, but we'll try and kind of get things back on track for next year. So I'm just going to kind of point out the things to me that kind of jumped out. What you have on the left side here, this graph, the green box is, or the green bar is our 2022 third quarter results. The gray box is 2021, and the little outlined box in the background is our budget. And then on the right side, I just compared our percentage of budget this year and our percentage of budget last year. So you can sort of see, if we're kind of lined up with where we were this time last year, or we're ahead, or we're behind. So we'll just sort of pull out some of the ones that are kind of interest, I guess. Mm-hmm. The taxes piece, of course, you collect all your taxes early in the year, so you sort of expect to be pretty close to 100% even by the halfway point in the year. There's not a lot else to come in. There's a few grants in lieu that we kind of collect in the fall, but you'd expect to be pretty close to 100% by this time. Sale of services and other revenue, not a lot to report on there. Things are kind of moving along as you'd expect. That's kind of got your parking revenues and rental incomes and things like that. Our garbage fees are in there. Investment income is interesting though, and that kind of coincides with what we've seen for interest rates. All of our investments are kind of interest type investments. So whether it's bond funds or high interest savings account, we're limited in what we can invest in, but they're all those kind of conservative type investments. So as interest rates go up, we see the amount of interest that's coming in each month go up. We do, on the bond fund side, see sort of a loss in the market value of those bonds, but as long as we're not dipping into those and liquidating any of those investments or selling those bonds early, we can just realize the investment return on those and wait for them to mature, and then we'll roll them into higher interest-bearing instruments when they mature. We'll talk a little bit later about kind of what we're seeing for interest rates, but I would expect, I guess, that we're nearing the top end of where we'd see things, so it might be a good time to start thinking about locking things into some higher interest rate type investments. We have a couple different types of grants. We have the unconditional and conditional. For those that maybe aren't aware, the unconditional are ones that we just receive each year. We get the small communities grant, we get the traffic fine sharing grant. They just come in each year, and we have some flexibility on how we spend those. Conditional grants are usually tied to specific projects. So we get some grants that we can then use for doing the Hall Street Pier or doing the Civic Theater, for example, things like that. So the unconditional grants, we did get a bonus payment this year in the Small Communities Grant that was about $100,000. So that one's higher than budgeted. The province gave all municipalities an amount that was, I think, equal to about, what did I say, about a quarter, I think, of what their normal payment is. So we got that kind of bonus payment, but we wouldn't see that next year. It was just sort of a one-time piece. And on the conditional grants, I mean, those will really just depend on how our capital projects are going. At the end of the year, we'll just kind of recognize grant revenues that'll match with where we are in projects. If we haven't started a project, you know, we'll carry that grant funding over to the next year. So it's really just sort of lines up with where we are with our capital plan.
So there's the 2022 year-to-date, 2022 budget, 2021 year-to-date. So in the grant conditional, there's quite a difference there. I'm just wondering,
Yep.
have I missed something? What's happened there?
Yeah, so some of those we would have received in advance.
Uh-huh.
And so we park those aside. And as we kind of complete our capital projects, so the pier project's a great example. We got those funds last year. So we kind of keep them in a deferred revenue account.
Okay.
So we'll bring those into revenue. There's a lot of adjustments that'll happen at the end of the year here as we kind of recognize revenue to match where we are with the project. Then there's others that, you know, the capital, for example, we haven't started that yet. We had projected certain amount of revenue and a certain amount of capital. If we haven't done the project, then we just don't have the revenue. So it's sort of a year-end exercise of kind of matching grant revenues up with projects, and we kind of go through that. Amy will have a lot of fun with that one when we get into year-end of kind of making all that align. And anything that we're expecting that we haven't accomplished, we just kind of record for next year.
Thank you.
Just kind of going down here at some of the ones that are popping out, if you're sort of looking on the right side and seeing the ones where we're maybe ahead of where we were last year, the transit user fees is quite a bit higher than it was last year. So we are seeing a lot more of the passes being sold and the kind of getting back to that pre-pandemic level. On a relative basis, though, looking on the left side of the chart, if you were looking at that, like transit user fees is a very small source of revenue. So even just having a, you know, few tens of thousands of dollars over kind of makes it look like we're bringing in a lot more revenue from those, but it is kind of a small revenue source for us.
Councilor Lottenberg?
Chris,
Yeah.
going back to the to our investment, and you're saying, you know, once some of those current bonds mature, to reinvest in a higher interest rate investment. Do we have any other criteria when we make investments, like making sure that we're kind of investing only in ESG, or certainly not investing in any sort of, you know, oil projects or anything like that? How do we manage the quality of our investments?
Yeah. Well, like I say, we're limited to what we can invest in. So it's normally government bonds or, you know, provincial or bank or things of that nature. Mm-hmm. You know, we talked a little bit last time we met about having Municipal Finance Authority come and do a presentation. They have some investment products that are specifically, you know, hey, this is a carbon, I don't know what they term it. I don't know if it's carbon neutral or carbon free or fossil free. Thank you. Fossil free. Thank you, man. They have those investments. We have some invested in the mortgage fund as well, but we don't specifically have any policy here as far as that. But, you know, we don't own directly any you know, oil companies, for example. It's all, you know, kind of bank GICs and government bonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think MFA, it was the AKBLG that they presented, right?
He's really loading them in right there. I can't get myself fast.
They presented not too long ago, and it was either, I
It
think it
was
was the UBC.
summer. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was the
UBCM. I have it in
AKBLG.
front of me.
Okay.
It's an ESG fund, right?
Yeah.
Pooled investment fund.
So they did,
Just, you hit us with a long line of acronyms
So-
there, Kevin.
Maybe it's the AKBLG part, right? Was that- Yeah.
So that's the local government meeting, and then the UBCM is the provincial municipal meeting once a year.
Association of Kootenay Boundary Local Government.
And the
Under
Union of BC Municipalities is UBC.
Yeah.
so
And they are
as
part of
Chris
our
said, you
guiding.
could have them present again. They did
what's that
present
we all like.
directly on those options. You know, there are, some of their bond funds, you know, are, you know, they're, I guess, blue chip type companies that they, you know, that
that's part of their bond funds, and some of those are oil and gas. They do have some products that aren't oil and gas, or as the mayor said, fossil fuel. So we certainly could have them come present again. You know, they identified those, you know, they do return less on those more specific bond funds than their general portfolio. I think their general portfolio has, you know, a small amount of oil and gas or fossil fuel companies. But they certainly said there are some that are in those general bond funds. So I would suggest that you get the MFA come and present again to this council.
Yeah, so not seeing too much else on the revenue side. I mean, things kind of move as expected, you know, as far as user fees, sewer user fees. Nelson Hydro sales are a little bit higher than, you know, kind of trending a little higher than expected. It really depends on what kind of December we have here, though. And we'll just kind of see how that.
Cold, wet spring.
Yeah.
Could I actually,
Yep.
CFO Jury, are we seeing a trend at Nelson Hydro with more sales as people electrify heat pumps, electric cars? Have you noticed, or is there a sign of that?
I mean, you'd have to talk to, we get Scott Spencer in here, but, you know, with more, like people renewing their appliances and making their homes more energy efficient, like each item is
less
using less.
Yes.
So even though we're moving to more electric, we're getting more efficient, and our homes are getting more efficient. And even though we're growing, you know, we're becoming more efficient. So it's a bit of a trade-off there.
So
as to,
it's
yeah.
actually a little reminiscent of we're growing, but our water use is less
Yeah.
because we're more efficient and we're finding the holes in the pipes and such.
Yeah.
So that's
I
interesting.
think in his presentation, he did identify, I think it was maybe in just the last couple years, the average electrical use per homeowner had traditionally gone up as people brought more electric appliances and products into their households. But in the last 2 or 3 years, they're starting to see that reverse, that people are using less electricity per household. And you know, as Chris pointed out, that's likely the efficiency of not just your you know, your appliances, but your heating systems. All those things are you know, you're insulating your houses better. All those things are resulting in people using less. But as soon as you know, we're on that electronics sort of journey where people were using electronics pretty consistently, whether they're, you know, Game Boys or whatever all those things were. But I think his presentation said that trend has reversed here in the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
But it should, you know, it'll go the opposite way if we're having more EV vehicles being charged at home, more heat pumps, all those things.
Yeah.
So we have asked him to, you know, try to do just an order of magnitude. You know, look at a house that's heated with a heat pump and in a typical Nelson house, and say if everybody went that way, what demand would that put on our system?
Right. That would actually be fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if she said it in this forum or not, but I think Carmen Proctor had mentioned that they were doing away with rebates for anything that wasn't electric, as far as sort of, you know, if you wanted to get a energy efficient gas powered furnace, for example, then the rebates wouldn't apply for those types of things. You might just see even more switch to electric.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So just kind of over onto the expense side. On the general government, you know, I know that we've got kind of a fully operational climate action team now. Also, we came in considerably under budget last year on our general government. We had some contingencies in there for COVID in 2021 that, you know, we didn't need to fund from reserves, so that was a good thing. So we're sort of back to where we kind of expect to be. Protective services is one that I kind of wanted to spend a bit of time talking about. That's where we have our police and fire, but specifically on the police side, we're not seeing a lot of the impact here, but a few things, of course, we've discussed the challenges that they've had down there as far as having officers off on leave or work safe and having to fill those positions. They brought, I'm going to use an acronym here again, IRSU, the Integrated Road Safety Unit that the RCMP, they will take on, I think 4 of our officers will go to the IRSU group. They've brought those folks back, 3 of them back for a couple of months in the fall. I think October and November they were back. So you wouldn't see that in here. But those costs are normally funded through the RCMP. So even though the labor may look similar to what it would have been last year, the difference is on the revenue side, we won't be seeing that offset of them funding those officers for 2 months. But I think 2 of them at least have gone back now. So I think all of them are back now. Okay. Yeah. So they're kind of returning, and I think things are kind of looking brighter. But we do have this period here where we're going to see some increased costs and reduced revenue for that department. And I think by the end of the year it'll become more apparent. It's just by this third quarter it's maybe not quite as obvious. Transportation services, I mean, we had that big dump of snow at the beginning of the year, and we did add some extra budget in there to kind of work us through, give us a little bit more so we could fund this tail end of the season that we're in now as far as snow clearing. So we'll see how December pans out, but we did have that large dump of snow at the beginning of the year. I see Kevin looking out the window there, but see how it's going. Yeah.
But that was, I think, 80 centimeters in 24 hours.
What that we had at the beginning of the year? I can't remember, but yeah.
It was enormous.
Yeah.
Unprecedented.
Awesome. I love it.
A month and a half to dig out.
Yes.
Another kind of bar that sort of jumps out when you're looking on that right-hand side and you look at public health and welfare and you see that one that, is quite a bit ahead of where we were last year. That's our cemetery, and it, again, on a proportional basis, it's a very small expense line, so it doesn't take much to bump it up. But, I know in the spring they did some irrigation repairs up there and things like that, so that's why we're ahead of where we would expect to be. But, again, it's a very small dollar amount, so nothing to be concerned with. Everything else seems to be moving along as expected. Like I say, in line, I kind of made that yellow line there of the 75% of sort of, if things work perfectly where you'd expect us to be. So other than a couple of those ones jumping out past things, maybe on the transit utility side, we're seeing a little bit of higher cost or to fuel and maintenance on the buses. But, as we're here into December, I think we're seeing fuel prices come down a little bit. That's kind of it on the operational side. Got a bit of an update on some of the capital projects. I think we discussed a little bit about the Hall Street Pier. Things are kind of progressing well there. I think the next phase that we'll be kind of bringing to council is to take a look at the canopies and sort of what our approach to that will be next year, whether it's a redesign on those. I know they have a redesign, but if it's a case of, we want to move ahead with some canopies, do we want to just kind of complete the pier and look at that as a phase 2 and look for some other sources of grants that might be able to fund that? Or we'll have those conversations about what to do next. We'll just get some information from Colin Innes and we'll be able to kind of move ahead with that discussion.
Just comment on the canopies. I was when you're talking about it, I was thinking about kind of all-weather usability and how a canopy would be great to some degree, however that's formed, that you could have a wind break or a rain break or a sun break. So that there are multi-seasonal functionality, and I think the people, it might be easy to say, oh, we'll just not have the canopies, but actually they could serve a lot of different seasons. So hopefully we can make that happen.
Yeah. Okay. I think they're wrapping things up at Cottonwood Park, and again, the kind of the 2023 piece of that will be to look at the paving. And I know we had Colin Innes come in again and talk about sort of how the traffic flow would work and the bridge there, and kind of that whole piece of wrapping that up next year. We talked about the Public Works fuel tank replacement and kind of the the payment system that they have in place now with the RFID. So that's completing as well, and I think that works quite well. IT's just working out a few things on the tail end of that, and we should be good to go. On the water sewer side, water wastewater side, I won't talk too much about that. We did just kind of go through a whole water wastewater presentation and talk about the projects and Anderson Creek Booster Station, that completing, and about kind of looking ahead to that finished water storage. Amy informed me that the 2,000 cubic meter reservoir is the same as an Olympic swimming pool.
Oh.
So maybe we can use that for more than one purpose, if, depending on how it's designed. That didn't go over as well as I thought it would.
Captive audience.
I'll work on my delivery.
I liked it.
On the hydro side, again, Scott Spencer came and gave us a bit of an update on how some of those projects are going. Mill station upgrade project. I mean, we're seeing some delays on getting the materials and things that we need. I know they've worked hard, and we've got a little bit of a presentation later on some of the supply chain constraints and things that we're seeing, especially when it comes to poles and transformers. Those seem particularly hard to get, but we've got some strategies in place to alleviate that. I think Suzanne was saying there's one particular supplier of transformers that was quoting a 4-year lead time. So, it's hopefully getting better. Some of the other projects they had the advanced metering infrastructure project that's kind of been put on hold a little bit while they reevaluate that. There's still some room in the budget, but I think they're kind of going back to kind of looking at that project again after seeing some of the costs come in a bit higher than they would have expected.
Councillor Kane?
Advanced metering,
Yeah.
is that smart metering?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure because I remember talking to Scott about that. Advanced metering was a new thing, but if they're the same thing.
Yes.
Got
Yep.
it. Thanks.
Again, pole replacements, bit of a challenge sometimes in getting the poles that they want. So looking to kind of build up some inventory in that area and be able to order before we normally would, kind of increasing the stock that we have there. So we have stuff on supply to be able to replace the poles that we need and not use higher quality poles than necessary. And kind of wrapping up on the vegetation management side of things as well. And next year will be, again, a bit of a North Shore, South Shore mix of vegetation management. That kind of brings us up to date. I don't know if there's any other further questions.
Are there any other
on that?
further questions? So, Councillor Payne?
I sort of do. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask this, but I'm assuming, like most, well, I won't assume. I'll ask you. When it gets to the end of the year and certain departments have either exceeded or underspent their budget, what happens to the surplus or deficit? Does it just roll into a deficit, a general account, or?
Yeah, so capital and operating is a little bit different. So if it's a capital.
Operating.
Yeah, so capital for sure, if we had a project, if it's not done, we just, more of a budget next year. The operating side, we don't, it's not like if a department says, hey, we underspent last year, so can we roll that forward to next year? We don't do that. If it does go to surplus, we try not to fund operations with surplus because it can kind of spiral. Well, then, if you're consistently doing that, then you're kind of burning your surplus. But if it's those sort of one-time type costs that, then we might be able to pull something from a reserve or surplus to fund that out of, if it's operating. But for the most part, we don't try to kind of keep those things going.
Just a supplemental, I guess. So with the supply chain challenges that most parts of the organization, I presume, are experiencing, if something isn't delivered in time for the year end, do you just make that, I can't remember what the accounting term is for that.
Yeah, like work in progress or something, or deferred revenue, maybe you were thinking,
Yeah, I don't even know.
It's
what
a
you
little,
call it. So it's really, they ordered it, intended to have it this year, and therefore it's in the budget.
yes,
But it hasn't been delivered to be, and you can't expense it until it's received.
Right.
According to accounting principles, I
yeah,
think.
and that's it exactly. Even though they may have ordered it this year, if it doesn't show up till next year, it kind of hits the books next year.
Into
But
next
most
year's
of that is capital. Like, there's not a lot of operating
Okay,
things.
you're right,
So it's
you're right, yeah.
vehicles or poles or things like that. So that's less of an issue. We just kind of, roll that into next year's budget. There's not a lot of big ticket operating things that we
You're right.
worry
I just
too much
remember when I was working in a sales organization, the government year-end being March 31st. March was a crazy month where different organizations were calling us saying, what do you have in the back room? We'll take it.
Yeah,
So just
Right.
so that they didn't end up with a smaller budget, so that when it was looked at the next year, it was, well, you didn't spend all your money, what are you gonna?
right. We definitely don't do that. We don't create that sense of panic among the departments where they think, I need to use this up, otherwise they're gonna take it away from me next year.
Yeah.
We don't have any sense of that. Everybody works really well of just sort of saying, hey, if there's some savings here, that's kind of a good thing, and they get to be able to highlight how they were able to save money. So it's a little bit of a different mindset of not
Awesome.
trying to hit your budget. If you can be under budget, then, kudos.
Awesome, that's
Yeah.
excellent, thank you.
Okay, so are we going on to the?
Yeah,
Okay, so we're gonna, are you completed?
I'm done.
Great.
I'm
We're-
I'm after the break as well, so.
Okay, so we're gonna take a little break, maybe
Chris, round two.
10 minutes? Okay, so do I need a recess?
On this,
got the
on how much we want to be doing on demand side.
Oh, you don't have the end. Your plug is
That's-
underneath the table.
That's really where the programming needs to go from
On
like
the other-
this
go on the other
to
side,
this to
in
be like,
between the
we
two
are
parts.
trying
Is the power
to
plug
bring
is
this
underneath
power
the-
down on top of grid studies and understanding our 25-year grid outlook. Where's our new
Yeah, but
generation
you
coming
need
from?
the square. That's the part that you needed, right?
Sorry, I have to approve.
Yeah, because there's the plug in there.
There's the plug. I didn't, thank you, because I didn't know where that was, but.
Yeah, no, that's underneath it. That's where.
Yeah.
Come in the meeting. First thing I do is like I'm down there. I'm thinking like, well, I'll just pray for everybody while I'm
Yeah,
down Because as much as I try to put that kind of think, okay, I'll just hit it. Well, there's not a chance.
No, you gotta get under.
I'm on that, we don't get our house up to.
Okay.
It's a mindset thing.
Like, for me, I'd be like, I'd be a penny more in rates across the board and be like, all that is going into juicing up our retrofit program.
And has Nelson Hydro ever discussed I know we don't have any time of use, well, I guess until we have smart meters, we can't.
Yeah, exactly. And we're in the 10% of the world that doesn't have it.
And we like that very much. We like that very much. I sent you a beautiful report with beautiful, it has pretty graphs. I sent it to everybody.
You're back.
I'm back.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And we're live.
Okay, thank you. So we're back after our quick break, and I just want to thank Councilor Woodward for stepping up there while I was out of the room to take a call with Interior Health. And just so everybody knows, it's an update that sort of started when COVID was on, and I think that there was quite a lot of feedback that came from the mayors about how it was great to be able to have contact with Interior Health periodically during COVID, and that the feeling was that perhaps these discussions could continue in some capacity going forward on a, fairly regular basis. I don't know whether or not they'll actually be monthly, and today's was just so people know, the topic was about influenza and the respiratory signal virus and COVID. And so basically what they're seeing is that there's a sort of like trifecta of bugs, to put it mildly, in the community. They are seeing the COVID numbers going down. The COVID here is the Omicron for the most part for the people that are getting it, which is the milder version. The RSV, of course, for those of you who have really young children, that's more of a disease of very young children. That is prevalent in the community. And then, of course, unfortunately, there's this influenza strain, and I think we're in H1N1 currently. And it's really hard on children and the older population. And we have seen, I believe now they reported that there's been 9 deaths of children, not in interior health, but in the province from influenza, which is remarkably high, because normally we might see 2 deaths, which is still too high if you're, but it's like, that's a remarkable high amount of deaths. And so, of course, they are encouraging for those who want to participate in that, is to make sure that you're getting your flu vaccine, and for the older age groups, making sure that you're also getting flu, and then the latest COVID vaccine, which does cover against Omicron. Yeah. And then the other thing they talked about was homelessness and healthcare, and they've started doing some studies, mainly in the big centers, so Kamloops and Kelowna, and they've come up with a way to actually track people going into emergency that are homeless. So they're looking at how many people are coming into acute care facilities that are sort of by definition homeless, and their definition is when you go to registration and they say, where do you live and what's your address, and they say none, then that sends it off to the database for them to look at those numbers. And over the last 2 years, needless to say, they've seen increases in those numbers. And those aren't homelessness going for because of opioid or mental health, opioid related issues, but it could be some mental health issues. It could be other health related issues, because of course oftentimes homeless people aren't getting the proper diabetic care. We're seeing an increase of wounds with homeless people because of in part, well, the weather doesn't help if you're out in the cold weather, but xylene, which is a drug used in veterinary medicine, tends to cause skin, it can lead to any kind of lesions not healing very well. So there's a little bit of increase in that as that gets mixed in with the toxic drug mix that's going around. But so interesting, they've just started this database, so they will be updating it and hopefully spreading it around to other, I want to spread it around. We'll also be doing this study in other communities, because some of the mayors asked, like, okay, well, that's great, you did Kamloops and Kelowna. We need a comparator for, say, a smaller hospital. A trail or even our Kootenay Lake would probably be a good next step down, instead of always going to the tertiary hospital, which obviously has way more traffic. So that was it. So thank you very much. That's the update of what I was out of the room for. So carrying on. So we've gone through Q3. Yes.
Just out of interest, how many mayors would that involve in interior
Oh,
health?
gosh.
No, if it didn't come up, don't worry about it.
No,
I'm just interested, because I know
it's a lot, because it's mayors and regional district chairs. And then, you know what, for some of these bigger centers, it's hard to say. That there might be a counselor that has some affiliation or healthcare. Like, I know that I saw Al Richmond, he's in the regional district, and he asked a question and he introduced like 4 other people that he had in the room with him.
Oh, okay.
I think one was a small town mayor, and there was somebody else from the regional district board. I think he might have had the chair and the vice chair might have been there. So just think about in
quite a
interior
breadth
health, that's
of-
quite big. I mean, we are the second largest health authority in the province. And there was representation from what I could see there, running off my phone, because of course I don't have an office, as you all know, currently. It was like, okay, I don't think I'm gonna try to see everybody that's on this call all at once. So, but the questions did come from around the whole region. So I think these are very well received, these meetings. So when I have these meetings, you'll be getting updates probably in my report section, but because we're here today, reporting out right away.
Perfect, thank you.
So we've captured Q3, and now we're gonna get on with spending the money for Q4? No.
No, now we're going to kind of look ahead to 2023.
Okay.
And so I apologize, our chief economist Suzanne Rorick wasn't able to join us today. So I don't think I'm hoping I could do this presentation justice, but we may have her come at a later time and just kind of fill in a few more things from the purchasing side, because I think they're very instrumental in how we navigate this challenging time. So, and she's got a very good sense for this type of thing, and her ear to the ground, and a lot of tools at her disposal, and great working relationships with our department heads, and I think so it'll be good to get her thoughts on some of the stuff as well. So, bit of an economics piece at the beginning here, and I do find this stuff kind of fun. See, it's fun already.
More fun.
Yeah. So
Super fun.
so here's just a chart of household spending, and what I did is I sort of pegged 2019 Q4 just before the pandemic hit to be 100, so you could see proportionally where we are today versus kind of how we were trending. And just before the pandemic, we were sort of trending along that dotted line there, and then things fell off the rails, of course, but quickly recovered as stimulus funds came in. There's been a shift in recent quarters here away from goods and now back into services, and people are traveling again and things like that. But I did see a more up-to-date report just over the last week here on the holiday season, and there is an expectation, I think, that we might see this come down a little bit here in December, and that some of that momentum is slowing, and that might be partially to do with interest rate hikes and things that we've seen, and that may have an impact then of kind of slowing inflation down a little bit. So kind of a good news, bad news, I suppose. I guess you
Sorry.
don't need me to, I don't know.
I know. I just sort of, you can see me, so it's easier for me to wave at you. So, because I'm gonna jump in before Councillor Woodward asks this question. Yeah. So we see household spending increasing, and what's missing for me on this chart is actually, is this required spending or is this discretionary spending? Because, does this increase in household spending reflect the fact that it's costing me more to pay my mortgage, put gas in my car, and buy groceries? Or is this household spending that I saved all my CERB money and now I'm going on an exotic vacation? So is it discretionary, or do you think it's?
I will double check that, but my understanding is that you're correct. It's not discretionary. It's just overall household. So there's a price impact in this as well.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's not inflationary adjusted?
Well, I don't believe so, but yeah.
Well, I think we've seen reporting just in the last few weeks that a lot of this is accelerating household credit card debt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why I wanted to know if it was discretionary or not. I assumed that this wasn't discretionary spending that was going through the roof. This was day to day.
Overall, yes.
Getting to work and getting home and putting food on the table.
Correct. Yeah. So here's just sort of a chart on inflation as well, and what we've seen. This is BC inflation, so the numbers might be slightly different than what you're seeing reported for overall Canadian inflation. But I just tagged a few kind of key points along the trend here. One being, the Bank of Canada has that band of sort of the 2 to 4% of being their upper and lower limits of where they want to see inflation. We're trending quite nicely, of course, again, pre-pandemic in that 2.39% was in, I think, February of 2020. Then we hit a low point there. I just kind of tagged the low point as well, as that negative 0.23% in May of 2020. So that was a pretty significant drop that we had. But since then, things have been trending upwards. Now, I did also note that's 6%. And that's significant because that's really when the Bank of Canada first started raising interest rates. So a bit of a delay on that, but I think like most of us, they were expecting that what we were seeing was short term and that things would taper back down again. So I know they've got some criticism for maybe acting a little bit late on that, but hindsight is 2020, and we look at it now and we can say like, yeah, maybe they should have acted earlier, but again, I think a lot of people were sort of hoping it was a post-pandemic blip and things would kind of on their own come back down to that preferable range of the 2 to 4%.
So Woodward has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Traditionally, when interest rates are this high and inflation is this is happening, what is the traditional response of people is to stop their non-discretionary spending?
I'm not sure we've really seen this for in the.
Okay, so this is like a outlier situation.
You know, not something that's, it's a bit unprecedented to have it come up this quickly, this high. I don't know when the last time inflation was this high, probably.
The 70s.
Yeah.
I was
I don't
gonna
know, I
say
lived
the-
through high inflation.
It was there.
Yeah, Leslie's lived through
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
80s,
80,
right.
80, 81.
Yeah.
80.
So
in my lifetime.
Yeah, 80s.
So I'm just thinking on impacts. I mean, with the city, we have impacts on us because it's costing us more to say provide services. I guess I'm curious to know if the impacts on the citizen would be to maybe save their money and not spend, say, on our local businesses, or I mean, can we see these direct correlations, or is it not really? You're not really
Great question, and I'm not sure on what our retailers are seeing, and I did speak a little bit just earlier about what, like nationally, what they're talking about as far as Christmas spending and what they saw after Black Friday this year. I'm not sure, you know, how our local retailers are seeing things.
So this has definitely been flagged as a priority for the Economic Development Partnership to really keep an eye on what's going on there. As they said, many of our businesses have never managed through an inflationary period, and which might be married with a recession. So it's new territory. They're definitely looking at how do we support our business in terms of what they can expect. Do you have savings to get you through there? Are you managing inventory in a right way? I know through the pandemic and just supply chain issues, there were definitely local retailers where their product arrived so late they missed the season, and so there's a combination of supply chains which seem to be starting to get back. I know shipping costs have gone down significantly from their highs. So there's a number of factors that are at play here, but it is definitely on the radar of Economic Development Partnership.
Great, thank you very much.
And so a couple of these charts I'd actually built a little while ago. So looking at this one, I was, this message was going to be, well, we hit a high of 8.14, but things are trending down. Then I had to add another data point on this, and unfortunately we tipped up again for September. Similar story with this next chart. I had our Bank of Canada increases all kind of locked in, and then earlier this week we had another increase. So I had to add more data to this chart, but we've had 7 increases in 2022 of varying degrees, going from that low of effectively 0 through the pandemic up to 4.25% for the target rate now. But we're looking at our investment returns, and we are seeing higher interest income that's flows along with this, but on the flip side, there are associated higher costs that come with inflation. So as far as a forecast, MFABC had an economist from TD Securities on there a couple of months ago, or maybe a month ago, was just kind of sharing their forecast for 2022. Again, I don't know if this was before we saw that last September spike up in inflation, but they were projecting an average of 3.5% inflation for 2023, dropping to 2.8% by December 2023, and kind of getting back to that 2% normal range by the end of 2024.
Answer is 0.035.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
What is the question?
The question is
What was that the answer to?
0.5%.
Okay.
Thank you, Siri. And you're wrong. Yeah, it's Siri, yeah. And Siri, you're wrong.
So yeah, we're still looking at sort of above average for 2023, but, you know, forecasting things to sort of return to normalcy, I guess, by 2024. Another interesting point that they raised, though, was that risk of, you know, when collective agreements are being negotiated during this high inflationary time, if they're also being negotiated at higher increases, that sort of perpetuates inflation, and you're sort of adding to the problem as opposed to, it could delay this a little bit longer than depending on how those work.
Do you think it's okay if I just? Well, actually, I think it's more for Kevin that I have a question.
Sure.
So that's the situation we're finding ourselves in right now, right? You just completed the contract with Protective Services, is that? But now you're going into another contract. Is that a different environment that you think will create a different outcome, or?
Well, no, we were negotiating with one of our emergency services through this high inflationary period. We were able to find a solution that didn't lock in, inflationary type increases that, as we look a bit long term. Unfortunately, they did as well to find something that worked both in the, that contract was from 2020 to 2025. So certainly we weren't looking at what inflation was back in that earlier, the 2021. That's, I think on that earlier graph, we're in the negatives in 2020. So, I just, all of us need to be cognizant of both the short term, the current, and the longer term, and not negotiate in these increases that don't reflect that longer period. And the other thing we did was we went back 20 years and tracked, where our collective agreements were wage increases to inflation. And, certainly Protective Services have been substantially higher than inflation over that period of time. All our collective agreements have been positive. They've had increases higher than inflation over that period of time. So just reminding them that, we can't overreact to one spike in a short-term, hopefully short-term spike in interest rates. And so certainly we have a meeting, I think, next week with our regional colleagues to hopefully ensure everybody takes the same approach to this. I know others have built in bonuses for 2023, so that's not an ongoing thing. It's a one-time payment. So that's one thing that employers are doing, is to, have that one-time payment to reflect this high year of inflation. But it's not in anyone's, well, we should be careful there. As Chris said, building in a permanent inflation into our pricing really, it doesn't help anyone in the long run. All we do is we pay more for services, and we're net neutral. So if we can hopefully see those inflation numbers come down, and hopefully you'll see businesses, what certain things cost now, and hopefully we see those prices come down, and they're not, that jump doesn't get built in long term, that a banana is now always $3 a banana versus, the normal $1 a banana or whatever it was. So if it stays at that higher price, then it's challenging longer term.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so some of the issues we're kind of dealing with as we go into 2023, then of course the inflationary pressures which we see on materials, fuel, services. Where possible, we're trying to keep things at status quo, but some things are beyond our control when they're, on an operational side. I'm thinking of software vendors and things like that. Insurance, it's not easy to kind of pull back on some of those things, but some of the ones that are a little bit more flexible, with, you know, training, maybe we're looking at doing more online type things, ways that we can kind of work within our existing budgets and not be subject to this inflationary type pressure. Again, things that are kind of beyond our control is things as far as overhead on CPP rates and what happens with pension plan. And so we're seeing a CPP rate increase, of course, for 2023. So that'll impact on the wages side. As far as vehicle and heavy equipment, you know, just the delays in ordering things, vehicles that we would have hoped we would have by the end of 2022, we're, you know, having to look to next year and beyond. I know Suzanne's working really closely with Jody, our equipment supervisor there, to kind of rethink our long-term plan with vehicles and see if we can stretch more out of our existing fleet. And hopefully we'll see some stabilization in prices and things. We're not getting the municipal discount to the same degree we used to. We're not seeing the availability and the competition amongst vehicles that help keep prices down. So just trying to see if we can do more with what we have.
And I think, again, you know, Jody's done a really good job. We have a really strong maintenance team down there. You know, they get good value and good longevity of our vehicles. You know, those, you know, so we have a bit of flexibility that, again, others may not, where, you know, where they kind of don't do that maintenance to the level we do, or, you know, they have older vehicle stock that they need to replace. They're at kind of end of life. So we're, again, fairly fortunate that we've kind of managed that vehicle fleet in a way that we have a bit of flexibility in replacement.
Also, just the availability of materials and being able to get things in a timely basis. Wastewater pipe, hydro poles. So some of the things that we're looking at there is just bringing in more inventory or putting together purchasing plans that span multiple years, just so we're not stuck scrambling and needing to buy product that's maybe, in particular the poles, you know, if you're buying poles that are longer or of a higher grade than we would normally need, just based because that's all that's available, not being in that position by ordering far enough out in advance so that we can just have that on hand. Also seeing on some of the capital projects and things that we're doing that maybe not getting the number of bidders that we normally would see. And a lot of that is just because they're facing the same constraints that we are as far as being able to hire folks and get materials. So where possible, or, you know, if there are projects that, I'm thinking about the annex demolition that's out here. You know, up at the fire station, we had a generator that we were meant to install. Things like that, when we're looking at pricing that's a little higher than we would have budgeted for. Just, you know, if it's not something that's urgent that we needed to do immediately, kind of setting that one aside and looking for other opportunities to maybe go and approach that again next year. Yeah, just some of the large storm events and things like that that have impacted the supply. Again, particularly on the hydroelectric side of things, that, you know, it's just created a North American demand for transformers and poles and things like that. So limits the availability of those materials for ourselves. And again, we had some earlier in the year delays at ports and transportation issues as well that impacted our supply.
Councillor Woodward.
I just want to say this page for me was like peak anxiety. I just looked at this and I was like, oh my gosh.
Let's not share that one, Jesse.
But I'm just recognizing, you know, as I went through this agenda piece that, you know, so much of this is out of our control. And so, and it just feels like we have to navigate what basically we can't control. I'm wondering, like, do you feel, because it kind of feels like we have to kind of thread the needle on a bunch of things. Do you feel like what you've seen last year and where we're going in next year, that like we're gonna have, it's gonna be similar in the sense of like, you know, struggling to finish certain projects, or it is gonna be a bit of a struggle, is what you're saying here.
Well, I'm seeing, and if Suzanne was here, I would tell you the same thing, I think, is that she's seeing things getting better.
Okay.
So she's seeing that availability getting better, those
Okay.
long lead times getting shorter.
Okay.
The wastewater pipe, the last order they looked at, the prices actually had come down slightly. So these types of things are getting better.
Okay.
And those are just a couple of anecdotal type pieces. She would have more detailed information, I think.
You're lowering my anxiety.
Yes,
Thank
good.
you very much. It's nice to hear that.
And this is perhaps more of a second half of 2022, what we were saying. I think as we get into 2023, I'm hoping we're going to see less of this.
Okay, thanks.
And I think the approach we've taken, as Chris alluded to, is not to spend our way out of this. It's to, to carefully manage what projects are we going, are going forward. Can we do them in a different way? Can we delay them? Our tendering, are we getting that out at the right time when people are looking for work, etc.? So we just need to be really on top of what we're
So it might
doing.
be beneficial to hold for a couple of months to see if the cost impacts go down, and then restart a project. Is that what you're saying?
Or wait to, if we, for example, the demolition of this building here, we ended up having one bidder with a very high price, so that was a project we delayed until, this time of the year. We'll put it back out when there's, our contractors are less busy, they're lining up work for the next season, and those are some of the things that we're doing. We're looking at, can we use our own forces in certain areas to do certain work, and just all those things, because I think us trying to spend our way out of this is not driving value for our community.
Thank you.
So I think I touched on a few of these things in the earlier slide, but this is just some of the approaches that we've taken, and Kevin just mentioned some of those as well, about delaying the non-time sensitive projects to future dates. And also just the timing of when we put out RFPs seasonally as well, so that they're not hitting the contractors right when they've kind of mapped out what their season's going to look like, getting sort of ahead of that and putting those out in enough advance. I know that the purchasing department's looking at multi-year purchases rather than just a single year, so we can make sure we have that availability of poles and transformers and wastewater pipe and things like that. We're building up our inventory balances. I just kind of did a little snapshot of where we were at the last couple of years and where we're at now as far as our inventory. Just trying to build that up so that we're not ordering when we're right out of something, because we know there's going to be a delay before those get replenished.
Chris, a couple of things. I'm anticipating Cecilia's climate plan in the spring. I'm imagining one of the things she's going to be putting in there will be something around carbon budgeting and how that's going to fit within your budget process. So the reason why I'm raising this at this moment is because of one of the calculations that you'll probably do when you start to do the carbon budget is looking at one more reason to delay asset purchasing. It's sort of that delayed asset. Every bit of delay in the purchase of an asset is a little bit of a carbon savings on the embodied carbon side. So I think there's going to be increasing pressure to get as much life as we can out of our products. The other part of it might be, though, is recruiting the community, maybe through the Innovation Center or something, to find new life for those products. Just like really try to stretch as much as we can to get as much life as we can out of those products. Because I do think once you do apply that calculation into your budgets, you start to balloon the costs of every new purchase in pretty dramatic ways. So just a heads up. Again, assuming it's going to be there, I suspect something like that will be, if not in this one.
Okay, no, good. I hadn't thought of carbon budgeting before, so it's good.
There's some good resources. I recommend C40. I think has done probably the best work on carbon budgeting for municipalities.
Okay, thank you. Just as far too, like when we talk about, you know, inflation and increases in costs, what are some of the ways that we can, I guess, fund inflation, for lack of a better term? You know, we talked about the return we're getting on our investments, on our, you know, we have a high interest savings account that's pegged to interest rates as well. And so we're seeing more investment income coming in, which then funds our reserves. So that's a bit of an offset. We've got some reserves that we don't normally utilize that have been kind of funded in recent years. We talked a little bit about the Lilo and the Fortis Reserve. That's close to $2 million that we have in that reserve. It's kind of a new-ish reserve now that that project's completed. We have a land sale reserve as well that, you know, every time we sell land has to go in the land sale reserve, and it can only be used for capital. So I think we have recently the Hall Street lot down here that sold that went into there, and I think we had something this year as well, the old museum. So those are some funding sources that go into the land sale reserve. And our transit arrangement as well, they have what's called a local transit fund that allows us to tap that fund to kind of reduce our monthly operating costs. So we can use a little bit of that to shave some of the higher fuel costs off, for example. We can look at things outside of taxation, so some other revenue sources. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but, you know, and we mentioned it earlier about what we generate for parking meters. And Jordan talked a little bit about, you know, campground and an online payment system, and if that's a way to kind of help keep the campground at high capacity and make it easier for people to book. And, you know, with the completion of, or as, I guess we're not completed, but we're kind of working through the cost of service analysis and being able to finally realize a appropriate return on our investment in Nelson Hydro. That's become a funding source that we can use perhaps to fund some of our reserves. So just some things that, you know, outside of taxation that we can kind of look to kind of help us through these periods. So as far as where we're at, I showed this chart before, or this table. As you know, we've worked through the Nelson Hydro piece. We've kind of done the water and wastewater resource recovery. This is kind of in order of when our deadlines are. We're starting to now look, and you've already had some presentations from police and from IT and things like that, but we're kind of getting into the general operating fund now. And I meant this to sort of just be an overview, get you thinking about some of the things before we kind of look into the details of the operating budget, but just as a sort of a high level, you know, what are the opportunities, what are the threats, what are some of the pressures, what are some of the new funding sources that we see. So just kind of a starting point, you know, to give you something fun to think about over the holidays.
It was green for Christmas.
It was,
Yes, it's good.
No red nut.
We're going to try not to use red.
Yeah.
Just on the dates.
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. That's important.
So as far as kind of new revenue sources or kind of opportunities, I suppose, on the revenue side, this may be a new term for some folks, but it says here 2023 estimated new construction revenue. So what we get from BC Assessment every fall is what's called the non-market change. So they will look at our inventory of property assessments and give us an indication of how much new assessment value there is for 2023 that's coming. So that's sort of new taxation. It's even if we didn't have a tax increase, that would be new value, I guess, that's been created that the municipality is able to tax. So the estimate for revenue from that taxation revenue from that new construction is about $103,000 based on what we're seeing. Now, it's just an early estimate. We won't know the actual numbers until we get into January of 2023, but it's usually pretty close. We had the increase in the hydro dividend that, you know, as I mentioned before, working through that cost of service analysis. You know, we might want to, though, consider, You know, we talked about some of the things in IT, the use of that water license reserve for funding multiple kinds of sources there, to be able to take that additional dividend and put a large portion of that into our water license reserve, to then be able to fund some of these capital projects that we're discussing.
Did we not discuss last year renaming that?
Yeah,
It's kind of confusing from,
yeah.
for users, why is it used this way? So, yeah. I think it is a bylaw, I believe.
Yes, so,
So-
yeah, it's not as simple as just changing on the financial statements. Some of the
Yeah.
other ones are kind of just a surplus allocation, but this is one that we, I guess, need to bring as a,
Talk
Yeah.
about its purpose, or
Yeah.
how we see our purpose now for it.
Yeah.
The water license reserve? Is that-
Yeah. 'Cause it tells.
Yeah, that's the source, not the use.
yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
At the end of 2021, we had 850,000 left of our COVID restart funding, and we committed a large portion of that to do some of the things in 2022, such as our digitization project. We still have 154,000 that we had earmarked for kind of giving out to the community. So I think we'll look at that early in 2023 to bring that to council as something that we can distribute to the community. I think we had about 50,000 that wasn't earmarked for anything, so that's something we could use for some other sources.
All the hands went up.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Payne, then
Can
Councillor
Councillor Page go first, please?
Oh, God. Well, up to the chair.
Councillor Payne, and then Councillor Page.
Okay, I have to, my question was, you're saying 150 in the COVID restart, but on here it's showing 50. What am I missing there?
Yes, so
Because my math is fairly strong, not like Kate,
okay,
but still.
all good. So we had 850, and
Yeah.
we had already sort of committed 800,000 in our 2022 budget.
Right.
That 154,000 for a restart was part of that 800. So we had that, we had digitized, we had a few things in there that we were gonna use that 850 for. So that's what we have budgeted right now. We have 50,000 that we hadn't committed to, and it was just,
Okay.
not knowing how 2022 was gonna go. If there were some additional expenses, we would sort of have that. So, we could add the 50,000 to the 154, for example. We could use it for another
Okay,
project.
good.
It's
got that.
yeah,
thanks.
available.
Councillor Page.
Okay, just to reiterate, so we've got the 150 earmarked for a second round, and we could add another 50 to it. That's uncommitted.
Right.
Got it.
Anybody else? Good. Okay.
To be clear, we're talking about 150, no, it's okay.
Jesse?
The only thing I'd point out on this slide, some of this is more capital and one-time funding, and some is ongoing. And
It's a great point.
our strong recommendation consistently is don't use one-time funding to fund ongoing expenditures. Use them for one-off type projects. But if you use the credit card this year, then that credit card's not available next year, and you have to double. That's what happened in basically police. You saw that play out in police last year. To manage our budget increase, we took advantage of all those absences and things that were one time. All those staff have now come back. So not only do we have to make up that shortfall from last year, we also have to fund the increase. So we got double hit by police this year. So you ultimately pay the piper at some point in time. And so I think, down the road, when we get more into the detail, Chris and Amy will split this between what's sort of one-off capital type funding available and what's more ongoing, like the new construction that's built, we'll always tax it ongoing, so that will be a ongoing item. But things like that 50,000 we're talking about, that's a one-time thing that's not available after we spend it.
Correct. Yeah, and that might be the one on here that you're right, would just be a one-time piece. That LG CAP, have we broken that one out before? Local Government Climate Action Program grant?
That replaces the
Yeah.
carrot. And
Yes.
what does that stand for? Because she's gonna flash her card up at you.
On the
If it's gone, I'm not gonna flash.
Okay.
it.
Thank God.
But you'll hear people
There's
talk about
only-
it.
Okay.
Carrot became L
LG cap.
It was significantly lower. I can't remember. It was under 50, I think. But
Yeah.
yeah, and we didn't get that for 2021.
Yeah.
2022, this LG cap came in, and it's committed for 3 years. But you know, I mean, no guarantees after that. But I would think something would exist in long term.
I would just say that's already been committed to the, the climate and energy team. We used CAREP in the past to fund those positions, and
Yep.
this isn't new money. This has to go fund those existing positions, so I'd suggest this isn't new money that's
No,
available.
and we left this on here for that very purpose. When we talked about the funding sources we had for climate action in 2022, a lot of that was sort of, hey, we're going to take some money from surplus, we're going to take we had some grant funds. It wasn't ongoing. Now we have a sort of a source of funding that we can use for that team, but it isn't a case of, well, we now have 114,000 to spend more. We've got a team in place, and this is part of their budget to help keep them operational.
Chris, one of the things that I think we've mentioned to the team is that there's quite a few local governments are pooling their LG cap money because a lot of it's duplicated work, and very few communities have what we have here. So just like we do for hydro and you guys in the finance department offering services to other communities, definitely we should look to be offering services and tap into other LG cap money from other municipalities, for especially the smaller ones. Like they've got the money and it's pretty significant, but they can't, not enough to hire a new staff person. So
Yeah. No, that's an excellent point. So, the Silvertons and New Denvers
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Slocans that we already assist and have a relationship with,
Yeah.
helping them to kind of make the most of that funding and get some real benefit for their communities with economies of scale of
Yeah.
having something regional, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we've started those conversations with them. And we've also had that same conversation with Casker as well. So definitely on our radar.
Yeah, and look broadly too. Like I would suggest looking outside the region too into the East Kootenays. Cool, thanks.
The other one I sort of wanted to test the waters a little bit with is looking at our parking fees. So the last time we had an increase in parking fees was 2017. And that's to $1.25. If you're looking at kind of your inflationary increases since then, we'd probably be pretty close to $1.50 now. I think you said it was $1.46, something like that, yeah. Is that something we look to doing? And in conjunction with that, bring out an alternative source of payment. So we talk a lot about the, online pay by phone type piece. Now they charge about 20 cents a transaction. So you would need to have some kind of increase in parking in order to be able to offset that. Now, not 100% of people are going to use the app to buy their parking, so it's not like you'd be losing 20 cents on every transaction, and you might actually get more people paying for parking. If you're sitting in a restaurant and your phone buzzes and says, do you want to add another hour to it, you might be more inclined to do that rather than just say, I'll take my chances. So it's not necessarily a one-to-one, but I would think that doing both of those sort of at the same time would make more sense, to offer that service at the same time as any kind of increase in the parking fees.
Yeah, and I would, for my part, I would say yes. Let's increase the parking and do convenience. I think convenience is way, in general, I think the convenience is way more valuable than the hassle of not having the change to put into the meter, for sure. And the fact that you can be at the restaurant and you can just tap up for some more time on your meter is also convenient. Like you start to pay it off as a user just from that convenience factor. And the other thing I would say, is that it might be something, if we do go down this road, just to poll the community and see if there's any sharp developers that if they knew they had a guaranteed contract that they can turn around I think there's some pretty solid open source libraries out there for doing this that wouldn't be a huge lift for a smart local developer to take it on. And then we're not giving 20 cents to some outside.
We should develop ourselves and get our own 20 years.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's gonna be the mayor, Woodward, and Tate. So my question here is that we increase parking a quarter, we make it smart or stupid, whichever one it is. The thing here is that, is this a phased-in plan? Because we've only got, basically really a handful of meters in town that allow for that kind of operation. So I see that all of our meters have to be replaced to be able to facilitate making them sort of user app friendly. And what's the cost of that?
I don't
No,
think so,
they're-
actually.
Yeah,
I
it's,
think it's based on the license plate and the spot.
It's
The
just
spot, you
location.
label the spots.
yeah.
We label the spots, okay.
Yeah.
Just go around and you stick a number on each meter, and this meter is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you open up the app, some of them are smart enough to know where you're standing right in front of, but if it doesn't, you punch that in, and now you're paid for that spot. So you don't
We
even
don't
need
have
a
to
meter
change,
there.
so we don't have to change the meters.
Correct.
What you do need is integration with the master database for bylaw officers to go
Right.
by and whatever they have in their head. Like, that's where you need to get the data
Okay.
into.
And not to single out one vendor, but, Pay by Phone is a pretty large
Yeah.
supplier of that, and our T2 bylaw enforcement software does work with Pay by Phone, so they would be able to punch in a plate number and see, oh, this person used the Pay by Phone app to pay, and they still have an hour left, that kind of thing.
Mayor, I was gonna say, there's also another side of controls too, is that if it's driven by your app, so you would have a maximum of, say, 2 hours you can go up to, and then you won't be able to increase it, whereas people can park and plug and plug and plug and plug, and we get cars parked for long periods of time. I mean, the bylaw officers can come by and like chalk mark the tire, but with this, it's actually like informing the user that you've actually used up your time, you've got to move your car, and so that could make a more fluid situation with parking downtown.
The other thing is, I think it would allow us to expand into some other parking areas without necessarily putting meters in them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
Well, and Jordan came and did her presentation on the parkade, could we use an app like that for the parkade as well, and even for monthly parking, so people wouldn't have to, come in and drop off a check or something, they could just book their monthly parking in advance online. Take some of the pressure away from our new youth center manager of having to manage that side of things, and just, have that be more of a finance piece.
And also the data
So-
side, but there's coins, we don't collect any data,
Yeah,
so knowing where the hotspots are and where the turnover is,
for sure.
That's invaluable.
not everyone would use it, but
Counselor Tate?
Are we done with parking questions? No, I didn't want to sidetrack if you're still on.
Parking?
Yes, never.
You will soon learn that there's lots of issues. The most important issues in Nelson are parking and snow.
Okay. I'm interested in financial opportunities, and I was wondering if there's an opportunity to seek out new ways. Something that comes to mind, and I don't know how it all played out, was that beer fest. That was the first time it happened down at the Rail Town. So we have some spaces that I think are city owned, and we have an opportunity with our tourism to host events. And I'm wondering if that, like where those kinds of events, if we have any fees associated with them to capture that kind of an income. We also have the Civic Center that doesn't have ice in it, and it's a lovely big space. Pardon me?
It has ice.
When it doesn't have ice, like for 6 or 8 months of the year.
You can't use it when it doesn't have.
It needs a floor, I know. But what I'm just wondering is, do we have capacity to look for other ways?
The fifth floor, renting it out.
Pardon me?
Renting out the fifth floor?
Okay. I just really loved that beer fest.
Me too.
So we do,
Marketing the city outward, come use us, use our spaces, use our places, pay us while you do it.
yeah, so traditionally, we haven't been in the
that side of it. We have spaces that, if, whatever the,
Lakeside.
yeah, whoever the event organizer will lease our spaces out for their event. That's kind of this, the role we've played. We certainly don't have an event person that would, do that space. Or do that, organize events. Hasn't been our, we certainly haven't staffed for that. Local governments aren't super great at being revenue generators that way. There's certainly, we do have spaces that need to, we need to focus on getting those leased out. The fifth floor being the obvious one, that's a commercial space. There's, demand for commercial space in our community, and, that's an investment. There's significant leaseholds that have to be put in to, make that leasable. But I think we're starting to run out of space ourselves, so we're going to have to do some work anyway and set it up for that. We've had it out to the market in the past and haven't been successful having a private sector proponent to, invest in that space to lease it out. But we definitely need to look at our spaces. You can certainly look at our, the fees and charges bylaw. Local governments are in this, and the college is the same. You're in that space of, you're trying to encourage community activities as much as generate revenues. I think most local governments, if you break even on something, we've done a good job. We're probably way more entrepreneurial than most communities, and have done a number of larger and innovative things to raise funds. But certainly, yes, that is a focus of generating non-taxation, non-fee revenue.
You have capacity for that? Like, there's people that are able to
There's
do
not
that?
really a lot of capacity in our organization for that. It's the people you see around here that that end up being people trying to pick those things up and make them work. But it's certainly on people's radar.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Pardon?
Probably the farmers market's the closest we become doing that.
Yeah, well,
kind
the
of thing, right?
parkade, the campground,
Yeah,
all
we do
those
sports
things,
field
right?
rentals and the rentals of the space, but as far as actually doing the event, yeah,
Yeah.
right, it's more the community group that does that, and we provide them the space to do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like I said, it's, is it about the event or is it about generating revenues? And you're always trying to find that balance between, supporting a community group that does good community things, right? Whether it's recreation, whether it's culture, and all those things, bring in tourists, bring in more people into our community. So is it, we don't necessarily benefit as much from the direct revenues, but, if we can create environments that our businesses are successful and we, when we increase our taxation or our user fees or utility fees or something, they're in a better position to be able to, pay them. I think that's the dance and, that we try to do to find that balance.
Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
I was still on parking.
Oh, are you?
Sorry, I wasn't sure when you. I just want to propose we look at this from a different angle. I do support a parking fee. I love the idea of the smart pay. I think a lot of tourists come here and expect that. They're a little surprised that they have to find coin to put in the meters. It can be a little frustrating. But the other way I want to envision this is with our goals around active transportation. So part of the method of increasing active transportation is by discouraging the use of vehicles to get places. And not that, and I don't want to say discouraging, that's the wrong word, I'm sorry I selected that, but making it just easier to get there by active transportation. And there are some costs to vehicle use so that active transportation becomes a more viable and attractive option. And the people who can't utilize that do have more availability, and maybe that even looks like more blue, I'm going to call them the blue parking spots because I don't know what the proper name is for that. But instead of having them at the end of each block, maybe as our population's aging, we do need to have more that way. And that would be a parking income decrease, I understand, but I think there's that balance between encouraging active transportation, yet still providing parking to those most in need of it.
Yeah, just to, certainly, we've been looking at transportation more holistically, you know, because I think that's what we really need to look at is, you know, what is our transportation options in our community? There's walking, there's cycling, there's driving a vehicle, and as we transition to EV vehicles, then, you know, we'll see what happens with vehicle use. If it's, you know, if people can buy a e-vehicle, I would suggest in sort of in the rural areas that people are still going to have vehicles because we have larger distances for people to travel. We're not, you know, it's hard to service them with good transit options when you've got people spread out all over the place. So I think, but just holistically, you know, I think we've probably underinvested in some of our other transportation options, and that's where I see, you know, instead of, in the past, we've talked about, well, let's, you know, take a part of the parking meter revenue and put it in active transportation. I would suggest we just look at transportation as a whole, and we fund transportation with that, you know, with that parking meters, and where we've underinvested, for example, and maybe in some cycling infrastructure, we now correct that and put more money of that pot into some of these invested areas.
So parking's going up to $2?
I'm in.
That's what I heard.
Can I ask?
Councillor Page.
So one of the principles that we've seen inside the downtown master parking plan is the price point around utilization of parking spots. And so when looked at it from the angle of what kind of vacancy rate do we have, I think ideally it's supposed to be 15%, and if you start to fall below that, you need to start increasing your rates until you get back to 15%. Where are we at? What's our utilization?
Yeah, we did that study back when Alex Toom was here, and that was, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, I think, and I'm not sure what we're at right now, but he had done a similar study exactly like that, kind of looking at turnover and, you know, are we in that 85% range? I'm not sure that we've done anything recently, but maybe not a bad idea to have that coincide with any
to inform
increase in rates,
It sounds like, you know, that parking study was, you know, obviously done prior to this at council, so it probably is a good idea to, you know, have another workshop on that. I think it kind of came together at the end of this council. I don't know if we put a lot of, you know, I don't know if we really identified or really understood clearly where we're going with that. You know, I know our development services staff are implementing it, but it's probably, you know, based on the questions around here, probably a good idea to have them just do a bit of a workshop on where we're at with it, where the options are. You know, is there some data we want to update? What, you know, I don't recall any recommendations around fees or not, or whether that was covered, but might be a good thing to get them bring them back on the docket if we're going to talk about what we're doing on parking and parking meter fees and things like that.
Yep, nope, sounds good. Okay, on the challenges side. So, you know, on the cost side, of course, we sort of take a look at what we've got for,
What's in there?
you know, our wages and as far as what's committed in collective agreements for increases, and kind of projecting that for 2023, what our increased inflationary cost is to labor. We did have the police come and present their budget as well, so that's, and we spoke about sort of that double hit, I suppose, of having everybody back and at full strength, plus wage increases on top of that. We've seen some challenges with insurance premiums as well. You know, Suzanne's worked really hard at, we actually had the folks come out here and visit and tour around our facilities and kind of look at some of our assets, and are we over-insuring in certain areas? Are there certain assets we don't need to insure as fully? What can we do to get a little bit closer to a lower increase in the insurance side of things? And I mean, it's across the board, and it's really just an appetite that our insurers have for insuring municipalities in forested, you know, surrounding areas. And it's, you know, we used to have one insurer insure all the assets, and now they've kind of stepped back and said, look, we'll only go to a maximum of 60%, so you need to go and find somebody else to cover that other 40. So, and the rates for the other insurer are significantly higher. I think the approach there will be, you know, early in 2023 is to go out for an RFP again and see if we can get, you know, some competitive rates on our insurance. You know, if you kind of look at our supplies and services, and you were to back out, you know, none of the labor, but just kind of look at that additional inflationary pressure on just that side of things. You know, like I said, there's some that are unavoidable, but some we could probably get a little closer on that, of saying, like we talked about professional development and travel and things like that. Can we kind of keep that at status quo, and just sort of what are the areas that we don't have control over? You know, some of the different changes we have, you know, we talked about changes in HR and changes here in admin and things like that, to kind of trying to see how that fits. We've done a good job of kind of allowing people to wear, or putting people in positions where they're wearing two hats, you know, where we have Gabe kind of take over the HR side of things, and we had Nathan here who applied for a job as a finance officer, and he's done a great job of actually stepping in and managing the IT side of things as well. So we've really tried to find opportunities to kind of have people take on a couple of different roles and manage things that in that way, and I think it's worked quite well. I'm pretty excited about that structure. We will have, of course, all the not-for-profit groups that we fund will come and of course want to talk to us about how we can kind of help them out on a long-term basis, increases in the funding that we provide to them. So that's something to keep in mind, that those will come, we'll have them come and present to council like we normally do. I left this piece in here because I just wanted to talk about it, maybe to kind of finish things off a little bit. So I know when we went to UBCM, we had some discussions with the province there on their plans for Ministry of Transport in this building. And we did have a phone call with the leasing division yesterday, and they informed us that you know, they appreciated us coming and talking to them and kind of showing them pictures of what that area looked like, and talking to them about the transit exchange and what things are going to look like downtown there, and how that's going to become a really, we think, a very vibrant part of the downtown and really accessible to folks with the transit exchange and with some of the plans that we have down there. So they've kind of taken a step back, and they said that they don't have any immediate plans to move the folks from here to any other, to the space down there in the pink building, that they're kind of comfortable being here for now. So we'll kind of work through that lease negotiation, but I think the initial sort of thoughts of them moving as early as 2024 are kind of put on the back burner. So I think that's kind of a good news story, and I really think it's the meetings and the communication we had when we were down at UBCM. I think that went a long way. In speaking with them on the phone, you know, I don't think they fully understood. They're looking at a spreadsheet, and they're looking at a property, and they're looking at dollars, and they don't really see, you know, what it is that they're, you know, they don't have that vision, I suppose, and having somebody come down there and sort of show them that type of thing was, they appreciated it, and I think it's kind of turned into a good news story at the end.
Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Mayor. On this page, where is the new manager? Does that live in here somewhere?
Yeah, so I kind of put it as a question mark there, of that restructuring, succession planning, of just trying to figure out how that's gonna look, and probably have to work with Kevin a little bit on that and to try and see how things are gonna look. But on the flip side, we've also had, you know, some positions that we aren't going to you know, completely fill, as far as, like I mentioned about Gabe sort of stepping in to sort of be that HR manager. So it's, you know, there'll be a little bit of a savings in that area as well.
Yeah, and we, you know, when Colin McClure was here, he was the deputy CAO as well, which won't be, it was a premium he received for that position, but that's not being filled as well. So I think there'll be some cost increase, but it's not a full new position. What council did add was another position in finance, as you know, that's how we have Nathan and Amy here, and really that was a look at whether we could continue with the, you know, the small financial, or the financial services that we were given to, or providing to the small municipalities. And basically what Chris brought to council was, we can't continue to serve those with the existing staff. We needed another staff member. Nathan's big chunk of his salary will be covered through Nelson Hydro, so it won't impact the general budget as well. So I think overall, we're not really looking, you know, there's going to be some increase, but it's not a full position increase.
Question. Councillor Page.
So it's kind of off the table that Modi will be moving out of the building, but I know, CEO, you mentioned that, you know, there's an anticipation that we require more space and that we will start to utilize the 5th floor. But if we can rearrange, or are rearranging, are we able to get that orphaned office of the MOTI off the 5th floor to create more opportunity and more capacity and flexibility for us to do other things up there if we don't have that extra tenant, or if it's us and someone else? Because I feel that was a big part of the whole need to restructure that office, was the fact that we had not a single holder up there.
Yeah, I think is a building code thing, just as this, you know, the reason we have this corridor in this space is because we have tenants that aren't City of Nelson. So as soon as that happens, you need that egress, and they can't walk through somebody else's space to get out of the building. We're looking at, you know, does it still make sense for us to install a central corridor in that 5th floor to create office spaces on both sides of that building? I think that's where we're leaning, as opposed to thinking we're going to take over the full space. We don't think we have that amount of demand for that space, and that's where we had an architect kind of look at, you know, this space, that space, and come up with some plans. I think we just need to spend some time and just kind of, you know, we need to look at sort of what our short and medium term needs are, and what is surplus space, and whether we want to, you know, that plan evolve, moving, you know, apartments around, and fairly significant, obviously, leasehold improvement cost to do that. So I think we just need to sit down and revisit that and see where you know, council is at with that. You know, I think
It occurs to me, like, even just if there was, and you guys, obviously, you live and work here, you know where you want people beside each other, but even if we were to take one of our departments and add it to the climate team up there, just to create space to bring them down to the 2nd floor where we already have a hallway and other tenants anyway, to consolidate that particular collection, and then we can just find another suitable larger tenant that would be willing to share that space with us in a more cohesive way to get that utilization of floor space, because we have an entire floor practically that's potential rent.
Yeah. No, great idea.
I think the leasehold improvements piece is big, like we'd have to entice them somehow to, you know,
They might
we
not
did
pay.
just get them to a place where they said they weren't gonna leave us.
Sorry.
Now we're telling them to move
I
and
want that
spend a bunch of
Yeah.
money, so I don't know, yeah. You know, and then there's the one right here on the second floor too, which I think would, you know, we're still talking with them about, could there be another home for that spot? Cause that would allow us to take over the whole second floor here,
Yeah.
right?
Right. It's for the same,
Yeah, and that's good thinking,
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, we've tried to keep our services that you don't have to go up to the 5th floor for, you know, for access to, you know, that's why we ended up on the 1st and 2nd floor as opposed to, you know, the 5th floor was vacant from the beginning when we bought this building. But the feeling at that time was that we weren't gonna require our customers to, you know, to go up to the 5th floor. I don't, maybe it's not a big a deal as we, you know, felt at the time we're
You have elevators.
pardon?
You have elevators.
We do
You
have
gotta-
elevators.
You gotta get that 5th floor rented out so we can build that 6th floor.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
We want a
Put a
sixth
beer
floor.
garden up there.
But, yeah, let's, you know, the facilities will be coming, down the road here. So let's, yeah, we
Okay.
can look at all those facilities, and I think Councillor Tate, you know, how do we better utilize our unutilized spaces, and that, we have a lot of space as a city, you know, that, you know, lots of it isn't used, very effectively for a lot of times. As you mentioned, the Civic Center itself, it's used for a short period of time, very big building, very high cost. So all those things, I think we need to do a better job of utilization.
Councillor Lockenberg.
Chris, the sale of land goes into capital reserves. Does it go into specific capital reserves?
Yeah, it goes into the land sale reserve.
And that land, the use of land sale reserve is what again?
Yeah, restricted, I believe it's to capital,
To just any capital in the,
Yeah.
across the corporation?
yes.
Okay. And I know has the museum property sold yet? No,
I'm not sure if it's closed yet or not.
Well,
it's not closed yet.
we are allowed to talk about it? I don't know. I don't know what's
No,
happening.
not if it's still
Yeah.
open.
Okay. I don't
Yeah.
know.
If it's still open,
Exactly.
it's still then
in
to be in
camera.
camera.
Yeah,
But
fair enough.
there's activity, I think it's fair
Real
to say there's
estate
activity
agent.
around that piece of property.
Yeah. Okay. And then my follow-up question would be, we've got one other property, I think that, let's say hypothetically, I don't know exactly, but there's another property that we have to sell, let's say, and then that if we use that capital fund to encourage the development of, say, right out here and put that into, say, the new library, is that's a valid use of funds to sort of kick that project and basically put a down payment on that project. That would work. Yep.
Yeah, we've, again, strongly advocated if you're going to sell things, then reinvest that into, you really switch those assets, that you own this one asset, you want this other asset, so, you know, take the proceeds from this and invest in another asset. You know, the other, you know, potential is, you know, getting to Councillor Page's idea, you know, do we take that capital invested in doing those leaseholds that generates an operating revenue? That's always a good strategy for
revenue back
local
in.
governments, is you have a non-cash generating asset and you turn it into a revenue generating asset.
I guess that's what I'm thinking about this potential project, is that it is potentially revenue generating once, you know, we pay off the initial cost, given that we're talking about selling the residential or renting potentially the residential unit. So there is potentially, but that's what we're talking about, is kind of a swap, an asset swap there.
Yeah, and
Sell
if-
one, reinvest here or up there
Yeah,
or something.
yeah, and if you, like I said, if you can turn those or revenue generating assets into revenue generating assets, then it's
It's a
kind
good
of a
trade.
win-win.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions, councillors? Well, it's been a long day. I believe, Mr. Jury, you're complete, are you, for today?
Yep, just so that sort of sets the stage for, you know, when we come back in the new year, we're gonna continue to hear from various departments who will present, but we're gonna now start to put it together so you can sort of see, okay, here's where it all kind of fits, and, you know, the operating capital, that type of thing, and, yeah. We'll try and make it fun.
So you have, everybody has today's information available. We have our strategic plan review document that we can take home and use for fireside reading with a glass of wine over the holiday season, or whatever it is that you like. Oh, Councillor Lockenberg, you wouldn't have gotten a copy of this. We'll make sure that you get a copy before you leave the.
Okay.
No.
No. And, okay, so no further questions at this point, then any notices of motion? Seeing none. Any late items? There weren't any late items at the beginning of the meeting. And we do have an opportunity here for, some council reports, if anybody would like to have anything that they would like to say or report out about, or anything. Oh, look at, Councillor
Well,
Payne.
this is my question. So is this the opportunity where the committees that we're attending, we fill something in, or do we do that in writing and it's presented later?
You
on?
can, you know what, staff probably loves it if you always give your report in writing, but
Okay,
those
well, I
are
can-
few
I
and far
can-
between, but
I
you
just
can,
wasn't ready. I can do it
you
for the next.
you can do it, verbally if you'd like to do an update on anything that you've been to.
I'll just do a
lately?
quick update because I was at the CDC meeting this week, and we did talk about their process for selecting the cultural ambassador and how they would be happy to share some of that methodology with the different areas I think we were discussing around the sports ambassador and the sustainability and all that, so that there is a little more uniformity across that ambassadorship, whatever it is. So we did have a discussion around that, and they're gonna jump on it. They seemed quite excited to share the work that they had done.
Perfect.
That's it.
And,
I could certainly give you a hefty RD report, but I was anticipating to do that at the cow, and when I can do it right.
yeah, but remember, there is no cow this month, so the next cow wouldn't be until the 4th week of January.
Is it that far away?
Yeah, so the next cow would be, based on
next
the new
special.
schedule, would be the 31st of January. So if you want to do a brief summary maybe now, and then
Anything urgent?
you'll have a whole, another month of goodies to share with us when we get back in the new year.
Yeah, no, I will just bring my notes up. This is just obviously our new procedural bylaw after the changes we made.
Waited to the new year.
Councilor Hockenberger, just,
Well, if a bus is in 10 minutes, so.
Yeah, no.
it's okay, we'll make sure that you get to leave for your bus, and if you have to go for any reason, we still have, we still have quorum.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
We still have,
We still have quorum.
I've got
Oh,
a few
okay.
errands from before I catch the bus.
I
So.
thought we still had corn, but it's getting late in the day.
It's okay, Mary.
Yeah, and then you can watch it streaming.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have my notes with me.
Okay,
Okay,
that's fine.
no report.
So we'll just, you can double up in,
Special before that.
I thought we had a few
well, we do, we have
Now
three,
they're on all the specials.
just so we
That's
know that
why-
we do have 3 at this point scheduled, special meetings for further and ongoing budget discussions. And those meetings will start in, I believe on the 13th, the 20th, and the 27th will be additional meetings in January. And I would just like to close by saying, this is our last meeting. It's very early in the month, but Merry Christmas to everybody, or whatever it is that you choose to celebrate for this season. I mean, we have a diverse culture here in Nelson, so I'm a sort of a quasi-Christian, so I tend to still use Merry Christmas. Season's greeting is more appropriate for others, so I just want to wish you all a Merry Christmas. And please take a look at all of the things that are happening over the next few days, and while you're out enjoying the snow and everything else is, we know that the Capitol Theatre is having a family day. There's family day I see at, or is that just your personal family day up at Whitewater? But Whitewater opened today.
Yeah.
So everybody's going to be going to the ski hill tomorrow. There is drop-in pop-up Christmas things. There's a Christmas festival at the, for those that didn't get their Christmas shopping done in November, like you're supposed to. There's, at the Rod and Gun Club this weekend, is another Christmas craft fair for those that were late getting out to get those things done. So lots of opportunities for people to be out in the community. So we'll see you all back here. I think our first meeting back is Tuesday, January the 13th. So we have a long stretch of time off, but do enjoy your time.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
So do we need?
And can I have
Or that's it?
can I have a motion to adjourn?
That would be me.
Moved by Payne, seconded by Page, and all those in favor?